Okay, we are live.
Hello?
Hi. We have
Hello, Jennifer Delaney here.
It's who?
Jennifer Delaney.
Oh, hi, Jennifer. We haven't actually started the meeting yet. We're waiting on one
Oh,
more
very
P&Z commissioner. He should be here shortly. And then there's one item in front of yours.
Very good. Should I call back or?
Just
I'm not sure
hang-
how
you
this works.
You can mute your phone and hang in there.
Perfect, okay.
Here you go up.
Just a sneaky.
That's cheap.
Hey. You? Yeah. Hello. Are we ready?
We don't have a chairman or a vice chairman this evening. So I did ask Scott, since he's done it a few times before, to go ahead and take that function. So if you'd like to open the meeting and I'll do roll call and we'll get going.
All right. So I'm forgetting all the language now. Let's call the meeting to order for
October 14th.
October 14th. And roll call.
6:05 PM. Commissioner Benton,
Here.
Freeman,
Here.
Thompson,
Hi.
and Commissioner Cooper has been excused, and Chairman Johanna DeFort is on to other activities in her life. She's been appointed the Valley County Treasurer. We do have a quorum. Item on the agenda.
Didn't say anything about the minutes from September 9th. Everybody had a chance to review those.
I have.
Any changes?
No.
September 26th.
And September 23rd? Any changes from September 23rd?
Nope.
Yeah. I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from September 9th, as written,
On September 23rd?
and 23rd, yep.
Second. So on to,
Moved in second. Any
Oh.
discussion?
any discussion? I've forgotten all of this. And so we vote on it, dude? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And so now we're on to new business. And it looks like we have CUP 20-14, RMC Pine Top Office Extension. We get staff report.
Except your conflict of
Oh, is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
No.
No.
I'll just go down that sheet I gave you. Okay,
That's
the
it.
staff report for CUP 2014 RMC Pine Top Office Extension Request. The applicant is Rocky Mountain Crane and Equipment Rental LLC. It's located at 14032 Highway 55 in the Carson Business Park Lot 1. Rocky Mountain Crane and Equipment Rental is requesting a 2-year extension of the conditional use permit. The new office space, shop, parking lot, and covered parking structure were to be established by December 31st of 2021. A 55-foot by 80-foot parking lot, a 60-foot by 70-foot office, and an 80-foot by 100-foot steel shop would be built west of the existing building. A 50-foot by 208-foot covered parking structure would be built along the southeast portion of the property, and all buildings would be outside the 100-foot setback from Highway 55. And on your screen up here, I've put the site, and I indicated what that 100-foot setback is, so you can see that all the existing stuff and the proposed uses are outside of that 100-foot setback. A new septic drain field is proposed within the 100-foot setback from Highway 55. The 3.6 acre site is addressed at 14032 Highway 55. Access would continue to be from the existing shared approach to Rocky Mountain Crane and Kessler Storage. The applicant requested the extension due to the current building cost and subcontractor availability. During 2021-2022, he would like to move the fence to the 100-foot setback line and build the pad for the future addition. The pad would be used for parking equipment and snow storage until the building construction begins in 2023. He anticipates a year to complete the construction. The extension request was submitted on September 2nd, 2021. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd and September 30th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fax sheet sent September 16th. The site was posted on October 5th, and then the notice and application were posted online on the Valley County website on September 14th of 2021. Agency comments received. Central District Health has no objection to the extension. Neighbor comments received, none. Proposal was categorized under 5 commercial uses, D, area business. Staff's compatibility rating, when this was originally approved, was a positive 32. Additional landscaping was to be installed by September 30th of 2021. Has the landscaping been placed? Will there be any vegetative screening between the highway and the equipment parked on the pad? What type of fencing is proposed? It appears the chain link fence with the top wire has already been constructed. How tall is this fence? Fencing greater than 6 feet in height requires a building permit as stated in the recorded conditional use permit number 10. I've received no additional correspondence since the staff report was prepared and sent to you. I believe the applicant is appearing telephonically. And if, Dusty, if you could answer those questions.
The chain link fence is 6 feet tall, and we did already move it out to the 100-foot setback. The landscaping plan that we had originally submitted was the original trees that were planted by Knife River, and those have all remained. So other than additional landscaping when the buildings are built in front of the office, we'll do that at the same time, so we haven't done that yet, obviously. Just due to building costs and availability, we need a little more time to get it done. So, landscaping, fencing, what was the other question on there, Cinda?
So will there be additional vegetative screening between the equipment that's parked on the building pad and the highway?
No more than there currently is. There's currently about 15 mature trees, and then the slatted fence. Most of our trailers are only 6 feet tall. Anyways, that we're gonna park just like some concrete, putting trailers there and some old trailers, short equipment there for the winter, and then so it'll all be screened by the slatted chain link fence. And then of course the trees are they're 25 feet tall at the moment, all the way across the front there that Knife River planted.
What side of the trees is the fence?
The trees are on the highway side. So those highway, all the trees that Knife River planted and are still there, and the fence.
That ends my staff
So
report.
they're in the 100-foot setback.
You have any questions for staff?
Nope. I don't.
Is he giving a presentation more than what he just did? Are you gonna do a presentation, Dusty?
No, other than just asking for an extension to do the same thing we already got approval for, just due to labor shortage and building costs, just trying to make it all pencil.
All right.
This is a public hearing, so you have to go through your proponents, uncommitted, and opponents.
Now we would hear from any proponents. Here or on the phone. Hear any undecideds? Or opponents to the application? Hearing none, is there any on the phone, just in case they didn't hear it? Alrighty, so we close. So now we will close the public hearing and bring it to the board for discussion.
I don't have any problem with it at all.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it. I think it's pretty straightforward. We've already basically hashed this out, and he's not really changing anything, just asking for more time. So, I got no problem with it at all.
In motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the extension request for CUP 20-14 RMC Pine Top Office.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there's a 10-day approval period if you don't like our decision here tonight. Vacation. Variance. So now we've got variance V-4-21 Delaney setback variance. Is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
No.
No.
We hear the staff report? No.
Okay, the staff report for V-4-21 Delaney setback variance. The applicants are Devin and Jennifer Delaney. The property is 2434 Paladin Road in Smiling Julie subdivision lot 30. Request is to relax the setback to the high water from the required 30 feet to 13 feet. Devin and Jennifer Delaney are requesting a variance to relax the setback from the high water line of a stream from the required 30 feet to 13 feet in order to place a 48-foot by 26.8-foot home on the property. The creek is located on the north side of the property. To meet the current setback, the home would need to be higher on the property and be raised to sit on top of two large boulders. Allowing the variance would enable the home to be built further north towards the creek and lower on the property, thus increasing the view from across the road. The pitch of the proposed roof would be east to west, therefore snow would not slide from the roof into the creek area. The .31 acre parcel is approximately 120 feet east to west by 110 feet north to south and is addressed at 2434 Paladin Road. The lot is served by North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District for sewer and has an individual well. The lot is accessed from Paladin Road, a public road. The property is lot 30 of Smiling Julie subdivision recorded at Book 2, page 26 on September 14th of 1959. The application was submitted on September 2nd, 2021. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd and September 30th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet sent September 16th. The site was posted on October 5th, and the notice and application and staff report were all posted on the Valley County website on September 14th. Agency comments received. Donley Rural Fire Protection District has no comments or concerns. Central District Health has no objection. Neighbor comments received, none. I listed the various portions of the Valley County Code for variances. Staff comments. The Planning and Zoning Commission should determine if there's a hardship due to topographic reasons and make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. And then I had some questions. Can you turn the house so it can fit on the property? And the site plan should show the driveway entrance. if you choose to approve this, I did have a couple recommended conditions of approval. The stream shall not be altered without approval from Idaho Department of Water Resources. And BMPs, silt fences, wattles, etc. shall be placed appropriately to protect the water quality of the creek. And then if you look up here, I have some additional information. This is the site plan. This is north up here. Here's the creek. Here's the 13-foot setback that they want to do because they want to move the house to the north. Here's the 30-foot setback. Here's the boulder that they've shown here. They don't show where a driveway comes in. And then my first question is, why don't they turn the house to fit this way? East to west instead of north to south. And then this is 2434. This is their property here.
Extra order.
Oh, sorry. Here is their property. And they also own this lot to the south. And I don't know if they're using both lots or just one lot.
So they have plot 29 and plot 30.
They own both lots. This one, Devin Jennifer Delaney, and then this one. So you'll want to clarify that information from them. And today they sent a video. Started for you. Oh. It worked earlier.
It truly did.
It really did. I showed Lori. I even did it myself.
Here we go.
This just shows the property. Here's the boulder that they're talking about. Did everybody see that? The boulder that they're talking about. Did everybody see that? That was submitted by the applicant today. So whoever's on the phone, you need to mute your phone, please. Thank you. And then we've received 2 additional pieces of correspondence. And you each have a copy of this. Exhibit 1 was received October 7th from Leonard Long, Friends of Lake Cascade. And he opposes the variance request. He says the 30-foot setback requirement from the stream was established for good reasons, primarily to protect uninformed future residents from creating stream degradation problems that can contribute to flooding, altering aquatic species, and adding nutrient loading of streams and lakes. For the following reasons: the property is along an active stream where the trees protect water temperature and the riparian vegetative filter pollutants that, if not protected, contribute to nutrient temperature problems associated with the impaired lake cascade. And then man-made changes and landscape fertilizers often have long-term adverse impacts. And then Exhibit 2, dated October 7th from the Valley Soil and Water Conservation District. They would like to express several natural resource concerns regarding this variance. 2 primary natural resource concerns involve the soil and surface water that may be impacted by relaxing the required 30 feet from the high water mark to the 13 feet as requested. It could lead to inadequate vegetative buffer and lead to sediment reaching the stream channel and being carried downstream, possibly into Lake Cascade. The district would recommend that BMPs for protecting water quality be utilized. This would include stabilizing exposed soil from construction or other ground disturbing activities by grass seeding and straw mulching. Also, silt fencing or straw wattles should be installed along the stream channel to minimize the risk of sedimentation from entering the channel until the exposed soil has been stabilized. And then they're concerned with setting a precedence. And I will tell you that last year you approved a variance up in this area for this same creek. But that one had creeks coming down both sides. I don't know if you remember that or not. And proximity to Lake Cascade goes from here to here. And that ends my staff report.
Do you have any questions for staff?
No.
I don't.
Good.
Now, this time we'd hear presentation by the applicant.
Jennifer, are you there?
I'm sorry, it's very hard to hear people outside of yourself that are away from the microphone.
Okay. So can you give your presentation, please?
Sure. My understanding was that we're here for questions. I did read the information submitted. I've got Devin Delaney here, my husband, to address a couple of the questions that I heard from you in the beginning regarding the layout of the home and whether or not it could be flipped so it's lengthwise on the property. And we cannot do that due to the slope of that particular property. The length of that home would not, the land does not support the length of that home to fit the other direction. This is a manufactured home that we have purchased. And during excavation, our excavator let us know about these two very large boulders that you could see on the, I believe it's the north side of the property. South side of the property, pardon me. Which is why we're trying to move it so that we avoid those two boulders. Our end goal is to leave the land as it is as much as humanly possible. This is our future home, and so we do not plan on selling this to anyone. This is where we see ourselves and our kids and our grandkids. So moving, and we measured it out, and I don't even know if it's possible, but we would like to get it as close to the boulders as possible. So in looking at it, we could be at 15 feet off of that creek, but nothing along that creek would be disturbed by anything that we're doing as far as putting in our foundation goes. So that the creek would remain completely intact. And then during our, we got a quote for excavation because there is another creek that is on the other side, that being near the boulders.
Yeah, it comes through it's like a partial time creek that can that's the whole Smiling Julie subdivision. There's so much water that runs through it, and so there is a creek that can come up in the middle of in spring or fall, depending on the precipitation. And so just based on this particular property, we feel like this is the best location. We'd be asking for this, be placing it here even if the stream wasn't here, just because we want to keep this as natural as possible. And then
You did ask about a driveway.
Driveway.
So all of the cabins along Paladin Road, driveway would be basically the length of that home right off of Paladin. So our plan would be for it to have the required setback from the road, which was marked out during excavation, and you may be able to see those flags in the video, but it shows where the foundation would start. And so that is where the gravel driveway would be, is right up against it. You did mention that we own the other property next to it, which we do, and that is where our trailer is parked. And we had a long driveway put in to access that for our trailer. However, we don't have the ability to excavate all that out as far as, it's very steep. It's very steep, so we don't plan on driving down that, in the winter at all. So we're planning to mirror, I guess, if you will, the properties next to us.
During the building process, we don't have any problem with the recommendations given to us by the, I can't remember who came out and took a look at it as far as putting down the hay and the straw, as far as making sure we don't get sediment into the stream. That's important to us. I mean, that's the whole reason why we bought property up in Conley in Valley County is for the natural beauty. We're trying to keep it the same way. Oh, and then to answer the one question, we're going to keep this as natural as possible. There are properties to the west and to the south of us who have lawns. We have no intention of putting any fertilizer down on the property. Again, it'll just be natural.
I think that we have addressed any questions. If I have missed something, please do let me know.
Is that it? We good?
Any questions for the applicant?
Are there any questions for the applicant?
No, I guess not.
I do. Have you had a chance to contact the Valley County Planning and the Friends of the Lake Cascade?
Have we had a chance to contact?
Yeah, have you had a chance to contact the Friends of Lake Cascade and present your side of what you would like to do? Because reading their letter, they're pretty adamant about you not doing this.
I have not. I didn't know that was an option, I guess. I thought that was what was to be discussed tonight.
Well, have you got a copy of this letter?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I read that first letter. I didn't see the second letter until this evening, actually. But the first letter didn't seem entirely applicable to what we are doing because we are not disturbing the vegetation around the creek. It would mirror the neighboring residents on the other side of the creek. We are doing the same thing that they are doing. And so we're not applying any fertilizers near it. My husband worked for the Department of Ag for a number of years and now works for the Department of Environmental Quality. So he's very well versed in what we can do and cannot do. And so we wholeheartedly plan to uphold that. I didn't, outside of that, I guess, like I had mentioned before, I thought tonight's discussion and presentation was where our opportunity was to present our response.
Okay, that was my question.
We'd be happy to have a conversation with them if that would help expedite it. But yeah, we weren't under that impression that we needed to have a conversation with them. I thought that they were voicing their concerns, and then we could address them now.
Well, my concern is the way they've structured this letter, that if we went ahead and made this approval, they're going to probably contest it.
Commissioner Benton, Friends of Lake Cascade isn't, or just Friends of Lake Cascade, they're not an official agency of any sort.
Okay. I've never heard of
The
them
Valley
before.
Soil Water Conservation District is.
Okay.
They're a special interest group.
Okay. Well, that was my question. So.
One other thing about the tributary, the stream, is that it feeds into a 100-foot by 45-foot, probably 10 to 12-foot pond before it goes under West Mountain Road through a culvert into Lake Cascade. So it would be filtered there too. But like I said, we are more than, or we welcome the recommendations by the government agency that went out there, and we would be more than happy to follow those recommendations so that sediment won't get into the lake until vegetation can grow back. That's no problem at all.
That's all I have, Scott.
Anything new?
No, I'm just concerned with the 30-foot thing, but let's move on. There's some more.
All right. So now we would hear testimony from any proponents for the application. Here or on the phone.
Scott, can you speak up a little bit?
Hear any testimony from proponents here or on the phone? Any undecideds? Any opponents? Seeing none.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Am I coming through?
Yes.
I just wanted to just say a couple words.
State your name and address for the record.
And, about two doors down from this property, and the Delaney's have shown me their plan, and I've also seen the letter from the Friends of Cascade, and based on what they've shown me, I feel it's a totally approvable action as a neighbor and a vested partner in this subdivision. So I don't see any problems with it. And in fact, I think it's actually the best possible solution for this particular property due to the creek that's active on the one side and the intermittent stream on the other side. It puts this in a position where it's got the least disturbance both to the neighborhood and to the storm water itself during the mountain snow shed. So it's actually an ideal place for this particular parcel. And that's my opinion. I'm, like I said, 2 lots to the south.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Eric Hodge. I own 5 parcels in that subdivision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to testify? Would the applicant like to rebut anything that was said? I don't know.
I'm so sorry. Could you say that again?
Would you like to rebut anything that was said?
I don't believe so. I believe we've talked to the point.
All right, so at this time, we would close the public hearing and bring it to the table for deliberations.
I don't really have anything.
What? I didn't hear what you said, Brian.
I don't really have any discussion to make on this. Look, it appears to me that, based on their neighbor's observation, I don't see a problem with it. I really don't.
The only thing that concerns me is setting a precedent. I mean,
Well, that's true. I didn't think about that.
that's,
Well, I don't know, Neil, if you were on the P and Z commission, we approved one right up the
Just around the
stream
corner.
because of the small size of these lots.
that was before I was on here. Yeah.
So in a way, it does set a precedence for this area. But if someone in a different location wanted a variance from that stream, it would be based upon that site-specific application. The only reason you do approve a variance is for topographic reasons on the lot, and they're stating that the boulder's so large they have to reposition the house. That's consuming a lot of this lot. So I believe their plea is that the topographic reason is that large boulder. But I would recommend that if you do choose to recommend approval of this to the Board of County Commissioners, that you put those conditions on there, that they can't alter the stream without approval from Idaho Department of Water Resources, and that they put BMPs along that creek, fences, wattles,
Mm-hmm.
to protect that water quality during construction.
Absolutely.
I think those are very valid points
Mm-hmm.
to have on there. And considering those things in there, having done some work in that area, I know that it is very steep and rocky and wet. So I really don't have a problem with it. I think it would help make that lot more buildable for them.
Here's those rocks, and here, I'll show you the video one more time maybe. This is the property. Here's those rocks, then
I don't know if I'm,
and then it goes up to the road.
am I okay?
What is that road that the trucks are sitting on? Is that their
That's their
driveway?
other lot to the south.
That's their other lot.
Go back.
So will that be their driveway?
No, their driveway's gonna come off of Paladin onto this property.
So she said it'd be like that. Paladin.
Mhm.
Like that.
Right alongside it.
Yeah.
This well here, I don't know, I've got a picture of it, is you can see the wellhead right here.
Mm-hmm.
So here's those large rocks that they're trying to avoid here. And here's the grade coming down, so they're saying if they turn the house, then, they're gonna have to put some massive,
Have 20-foot stem walls on the end.
Yep. Okay. I agree with the points you were making, though.
if you choose to recommend approval.
Yep. I'm good.
Oh, what's that?
Got anything else to add?
No, I don't.
I make a motion that we grant the setback variance from 30 to 13, and with those conditions that you stated, for the 421 Delaney setback variance.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd just like
Aye.
to insert that that's due to the topographic reason of the boulder
Yes. And the slope.
and the slope. Okay.
Is there a 14-day appeal period on this one?
That motion carried.
Yeah, we all eyed it. So I should say motion carries then.
No, this is a recommendation to the board, so it goes directly to them.
Okay.
And was it unanimous? If it's unanimous, it does not go to a public hearing, it just goes to an agenda item.
Yeah, it was unanimous.
Somebody can blow bubbles.
Alrighty. Now on to CUP 21-25 Finn Barn subdivision. Preliminary and final plat. Is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
No.
No,
No. We get the staff reports in there?
So the staff report for CUP 2125 Finn Barn subdivision preliminary and final plat. The applicant is Finn Barn LLC, represented by Steve Milliman. The site is 14118 Highway 55. And it's 4.86 acres. And the request is for a 2-lot, single-family subdivision. Lots would be accessed from Highway 55. Each lot would have separate access. Proposed lot sizes range from 1.83 acres to 3.03 acres. The proposed minimum square footage of the primary residence is 2,000 square feet. Individual wells and individual septic systems are proposed. Lot 1 has an existing power, telephone, septic system, and well. Lot 2 has no utilities at this time, but will have power, telephone, cables, septic, and well. The plat states that irrigation water will be used to fill the water tank for fire mitigation. The associated document is to be in the CC&Rs that are recorded with the final plat. However, the application also states that there are no water rights associated with the parcel. The site is currently addressed at 14118 Highway 55. A retail business, which was CUP 08-19, previously existed at this site, but has moved to a different location. A building permit for a single-family residence has been issued on the proposed Lot 1. The application was submitted on September 2nd. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd and September 30th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. The application was sent to the City of McCall as the site is less than 1 mile from the McCall impact area. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fax sheet sent September 16th. The site was posted October 5th, and the notice and application were posted on the Valley County website on September 14th. Agency comments received. Central District Health requires an application, test holes, and engineering report before further comment can be made. Neighbor comments received none. Physical characteristics of the site, it's relatively flat. Surrounding land use and zoning includes to the north, commercial use, which is Palm Forest. To the south, east, and west are single-family residential uses, and to the west are more agricultural type uses. Proposal is categorized under 2 residential uses, C, subdivision for single-family subdivision. I listed different portions of the Valley County Code for your review in Title 9, Chapter 5 for conditional use permits. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 28. The Planning and Zoning Commission should do their own compatibility rating prior to the meetings. Staff comments: should there be a shared driveway instead of 2 separate driveway entrances onto Highway 55? If so, this should be shown on the plat. Approval from Idaho Transportation Department is required. Draft CC&Rs have not been submitted. Approval letter is required from the Lake Irrigation District. Approval letter is required from the McCall Fire District. Proposed conditions of approval are as follows. 1, the application, the staff report, and the provisions of the land use and development ordinance are all made a part of this permit as if written in full herein. 2, any change in the nature or scope of land use activities shall require an additional conditional use permit. 3, the final plat shall be recorded within 2 years or this permit will be null and void. 4, the issuance of this permit and these conditions will not relieve the applicant from complying with applicable county, state, or federal laws or regulations, or be construed as permission to operate in violation of any statute or regulations. Violation of these laws, regulations, or rules may be grounds for revocation of the conditional use permit or grounds for suspension of the conditional use permit. 5, must have an approved stormwater management plan and site grading plan approved by the Valley County engineer prior to any work being done on site. 6, a declaration of installation of utilities shall be recorded and placed on the face of the plat if all utilities are not in place at the time of recordation. 7, approval from ITD is required prior to recording the final plat. 8, a letter of approval is required from the McCall Fire and EMS stating all infrastructure, including the buried water tank, is in place prior to recording the final plat. 9, a letter from the Lake Irrigation District is required stating they have no concerns with this proposal concerning irrigation and use of water in the storage tank. 10, CC&R should address buried water tank, lighting, wildfire prevention, noxious weeds, and limit each lot to 1 wood burning device. 11, all lighting must comply with Valley County lighting ordinance. 12, should place addressing numbers at each driveway access point and each residence. And 13, all utility easements must be placed on the plat. Since the staff report was completed, we received additional correspondence. Exhibit 1 is a letter from Idaho Transportation Department that we received today. They state that they've reviewed the conditional use permit application and have the following comments. Project abuts state highway system. The approach has not been properly documented with ITD. Applicant will need to submit an ITD right-of-way encroachment application and permit. Idaho code does not allow advertising within the right-of-way of any state highway. Idaho ADAPA 39-0360 governs advertising. ITD objects to the proposed subdivision application due to access concerns as noted in item 2 above. And once an approved ITD encroachment permit has been obtained from ITD, they will remove any objection to the proposed application as presented. And this is their standard letter that they've sent on most of their applications to the state highway system. Exhibit 2 was from the Valley County Cartography Department, and they state that they found no discrepancies with this plat. So everything closes. And that ends the staff report. I would say that the proposed condition of approval number 7 addresses the ITD concerns. They have to have a permit from ITD before the plat's recorded. That ends my staff report.
Have any questions for staff?
I don't.
No, good.
I think I missed it. Where does it talk about the water tank for the,
In the application, they said that they were gonna bury a water tank and fill it with irrigation water. But
oh, how big?
that's,
Didn't say.
Okay, I was flipping through here and I didn't see.
Just says it on the very first line right here,
Gotcha.
but it doesn't give a size of tank or nothing.
All right. Well, at this time, we would hear a presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Steve Milliman, representing Chet and Debbie Wood, the applicants. I won't take a lot of your time on this tonight. It's a pretty straightforward application, just a split of an existing lot into two fully compliant lots that fully comply with your code. As Cinda points out, the ITD letter is a fairly standard letter, and your condition of approval number 7 addresses that issue by requiring the applicant to have the encroachment permit from ITD before a final plat is recorded. We've already engaged ITD using John Ringert, a traffic engineer, because we're looking at a potential application on the front lot for a CUP that would have a variety of uses. So essentially all the conditions of approval as far as we're concerned are appropriate. We have no objections to any of them. I certainly stand for any questions, but otherwise would recommend the application for your approval.
Do you know, Steve, was the fire tank required by the fire department, and how big was it supposed to be?
You know, I'm going to admit that the first I heard of the fire tank was just a couple of minutes ago. So I made a note to myself to find out about that. I was not aware, and Cinda, maybe you can point to where in the application that is addressed, because I was not aware of any plan to irrigate out of any tank.
Was it for irrigation or is it for fire?
I assume if a tank's required, it is for fire.
it was for fire.
Am I gonna fill it with irrigation water?
Yeah. Right. Both lots, the front lot already has a well and septic. The rear lot would also have its own well and septic. But I'll certainly follow up on that, and as a condition of approval, we'll have to get a letter from the fire department in any event. But I haven't seen such a letter, and
It's on the note on the plat, Sawtooth.
okay.
Note number 1. This plat is subject to Idaho Code Section 313805 is within irrigation district. No irrigation water should be supplied to any lot herein. Irrigation water will be used to fill the water tank for fire mitigation. The associated document is in the CC&Rs to be recorded with the final plat. So I don't know if that was a holdover note from a previous subdivision or if it's this, because I thought we had a letter from the irrigation district that said you didn't have water rights.
Yeah, I don't think there are any surface water rights. We'll follow up on that and satisfy that condition prior to recordation. But I would question whether the fire department's going to require a storage tank for just the two lot subdivision. Maybe what this is a lop over on some preliminary conversations that are being had about the potential for the CUP on the front lot, which is a whole different potential use, and you haven't seen it yet. It hasn't been filed yet. But obviously, whatever they require, we'll comply with. But I would be surprised if they required a storage tank for a single-family residence. But if they do, they do. They may well require it on Lot 1 relative to that permit. The reason we haven't filed any permit on Lot 1 yet is the driving issue on Lot 1 will be the ITD issues. Because Lot 1 will have some business element to it. So we're trying to get ahead of that curve, have engaged ITD, and want to try to have at least agreement in principle with ITD before we bring any application to you. So that doesn't affect this. This is just a straightforward two-lot subdivision limited to single-family residential use.
So with ITD, you're looking at possibly a shared driveway in that strip, or?
Commissioner Thompson, I think that's almost a certainty, yeah. So this is a flag lot so that it complies with your ordinance.
Sure.
There is an existing, actually, U-shaped driveway that comes in right where Cinda's pointing and then comes back out. I strongly suspect that ITD is going to want to have us consolidate with that northern driveway. And that's easily done. Then we can show an easement from there back to the rear lot, which would be on the final plat.
Right. Okay. And nothing else?
Any more questions for you?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So at this time, we would hear testimony from any proponents, here or on the phone. Hear from any undecideds. Any opponents to this application? Guess we will close the public hearing and bring it to the table for deliberation.
I have no problem with this.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's straightforward.
Yeah, a two-lot deal. I don't see any issues with it whatsoever. Especially once they get their ITD thing figured out. So,
So this is for the preliminary and final.
It would be nice to have clarification on the tank if this was just a,
They'll take that
Copy
note
and
out if they
paste
don't
or-
have the tank. If you have to have a tank, we'll have a letter from a CAL FIRE before it goes to the county commissioners.
perfect. All right, anything else?
I'll make a motion that we accept the CUP 2125 Finn Barn subdivision preliminary and final plat,
Authorize the chairman to sign the plat.
and authorize chairman to sign the plat.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There is a 10-day appeal period. Anyone can appeal the decision to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll move on to CUP 21-26 Kenny Mountain subdivision, preliminary and final plat. Is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
No.
Nope.
Cindy, we have the staff report.
This piece can best be described as the location where the fish is on Little Donner.
A fish mailbox.
The fish mailbox.
Every time we drive by that, my daughter screams, fish!
Okay, so CUP 21-26 Kinney Mountain Subdivision Preliminary and Final Plat. The applicants are David and Janice Molinar. Property is 11857 Highway 55, and it is 20 acres. The Molinars are requesting a conditional use permit for a two-lot, single-family subdivision on 20 acres. Proposed lot sizes range from 2.49 acres to 17.6 acres. There's currently a 3,000 square foot home with a detached garage on the proposed lot 1. A metal 40-foot by 50-foot storage building is on the proposed lot 2. Lots would be accessed from Highway 55 using separate driveways. Both driveways currently exist but will need approved permits from Idaho Transportation Department. Individual wells and individual septic systems are proposed. Lot 1 has existing power, propane tank, telephone, septic system, and well. Lot 2 has electrical utilities. Property is mostly timber. There's a small pond and wetland area. Ingress/egress easement across Lot 1 would allow owners of Lot 2 to access adjacent state of Idaho land. And the home is addressed at 11857 Highway 55. The application was submitted on August 27th, 2021. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd and September 30th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fax sheet sent September 16th. The site was posted on October 5th, and the notice and application were posted on the Valley County website on September 14th of 2021. Agency comments received. Central District Health requires an application, test holes, and engineer report before further comment can be made. A neighbor comment received. Jan Lingenfelder at 11853 Highway 55 is opposed to a subdivision next door to her. And that would be this here. Physical characteristics of the site, mountainous and mostly timbered. Surrounding land uses include to the north and west, state of Idaho, and to the south and east, single-family residential, and on the east, grazing for ag. Different areas of the Valley County Code, Title 9, Chapter 5, were listed for your review. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 25. Planning and Zoning Commission should do their own compatibility rating prior to the meeting. Staff comments. The final plat, pages 1 and 2, had not yet been submitted. It will need reviewed and approved by both the Valley County Surveyor and the Valley County Cartographer. And that's the final plat with all the sheets, so they can make sure it closes properly. The underground power easement should be added to the final plat. Approval from ITD is required. Draft CCNRs have not been submitted. Will there be CCNRs? Approval letters required from Cascade Fire District. This subdivision is not within an irrigation district. A note on the plat limits each lot to 2 wood burning devices, but Valley County Code states a maximum of 1 per lot. That's 9-5B-4. Proposed conditions of approval are as follows. 1 through 4 are just the typical ones. 5, a declaration of installation of utilities should be placed on the face of the plat if all utilities are not in place at the time of recordation. 6, approval from ITD is required prior to recording the final plat. 7, a letter of approval is required from Cascade Fire prior to recording the final plat. 8, CCNR should address lighting, wildfire prevention, noxious weed, and limit each lot to 1 wood burning device. 9, all lighting must comply with the Valley County Lighting Ordinance. And 10, shall place addressing numbers at each driveway and each residence. Since the staff report was completed, we received additional correspondence. Exhibit 1 is a letter from ITD, and it's their standard letter. 1, the project abuts State Highway 55 system. ITD is currently working with the applicant to permit the approaches to the subdivision. The permits for both approaches will be issued shortly. The northern approach will be permitted for 2 single-family residences. Once permitted, should the use of the parcel change causing any increase in trip generation or the parcel be split, property owner will need to reapply for access at that time. So I guess my question is, will there be separate access, or will they just be using the one access? Idaho Code 40-1910 does not allow advertising within the right-of-way of any state highway. And provided the applicant reconstruct the northern approach as detailed in ITD permit 3-22-118, ITD has no objections to the proposed application as presented. And then I received a letter dated October 12th from Ray Kennedy. And you each got a copy of this letter, so I'm not going to go through all of it. He is opposed to several issues. He thinks the proposed split is ill-advised, if not illegal. He and his wife viewed the property because they considered buying it. But he comments that they have access issues, boundary and easement issues, privacy issues, and is concerned about access to the state of Idaho by Lot 2 through Lot 1. He requests that sometime be spent verifying that his statements are true regarding possible illegal impact of granting the subdivision as proposed. And this could be done with measuring tools and satellite image of the parcel. And I'll show you the plat. So here's the highway out here. This is Lot 1, this is Lot 2, this is the metal building, this is the pond, there's the driveway that accesses the existing house and garage. And he's concerned about this easement here. But I'm going to let the applicant and his agent address that gentleman's letter. And that ends my staff report.
Have any questions for staff?
I don't.
Okay. So at this time, we'd hear a presentation by the applicant.
Hi.
State your name and address for the record.
Yeah, I'm Dave Mulliner, and my wife Deanna's sitting back there. And we live in Meridian, Idaho, and this is kind of a recreation property for us. We're the owners of the 20 acres here that we're talking about. So, we had decided to sell this property this last spring, but we wanted to keep a small part of it that has a shop built on it, because we got a boat, trailer, stuff like that. So we put it up for sale. We got an offer. It's contingent on us being able to subdivide that 2.5 acres off, which is why we're here today. So we've got the upper property that has the cabin, the garage, the pole barn. It already has all the utilities, septic, power, electricity, septic, power, electricity, propane. It's all good to go. Now, the bottom part that we're planning on keeping, which has the shop, only has power. And I don't know if we're ever going to do anything with that other than use it as storage. But part of the subdividing process is to get permission for septic, to get permission for road access, to get, all the various sectors to sign off. So we got a letter today, finally from ITD. It was like pulling teeth, basically saying they had no issues with the access to that shop down below. And like Cinda said, the driveway is actually circular in there. So there's the fish mailbox access, and then there's another access down below by the shop. And it's connected. It's a kind of like a long circular driveway. And ITD signed off on the one to the shop, and they actually signed off on the one to the north, but they want us to put I think some sort of an asphalt apron on there sometime down the road within the next year. And they said they'd be getting me the permits actually for those two accesses, but they're overworked, understaffed, and might be a while. So what's kind of holding us up, I guess, and what we need to discuss a little bit about that, the bottom portion, is that we had Steve Landers come and dig a test hole for us a couple of months ago. We had the county health department there to, whatever they do, look at the dirt, look at the hole. And we got the permission, the septic permission from the health department, paid money, whatever, he gave it to us. And we thought we were done with that portion, since I wasn't planning on building anything there or necessarily putting a septic in right away anyway. Well, here we come to find out a couple, 3 weeks ago that the health department has to lift all the sanitary restrictions on that piece as part of the subdivision process moving forward. Well, we can't dig a test hole, we're done, we're shot until next year sometime if that's the case. So we're asking the folks here today to, let us continue to move forward with this. Let us record the plats, issue deeds, and I don't know how we'll handle the sanitary restrictions things, but it's literally a matter of peeling a couple of acres off with the shop to keep our trailers in. You know what I mean? Until someday down the road when we want to do something different with it. And at that point in time, then of course we'd apply and put it in a septic and dig a well and all that, but might do that, might never do that. I don't know what we're going to do with it. So that's kind of the gist of what we got going on here. And I don't know if you wanted me to address Cinda anything else as far as that email from Kennedy?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, good. And I just got that, I think yesterday. He actually looked at the property Sunday. It's sold, but it's contingent, so there's still kind of people looking at it. And we've had a lot of activity on it, to be quite honest with you. But he wrote out a pretty long, drawn-out, almost scholarly letter on, why all this doesn't make sense. And it basically, I basically broke it down to three things that was part of his objection. Number one, there's no separate power to the shop. The home up above and the shop down below was all powered by one supply. He just didn't see that there are actually two supplies. There's two boxers, there's 2 meters, there's two different supplies. The shop has a box on the outside wall and the house has one on the front of the house. So that's a no factor there. His second argument was that there was no access to the owners. Once I cut my corner out, the current kind of access up that side of the property is from the piece I'm taking out. So his complaint is that, there would be no access, up to that part of the property. Well, the new owners, the people that are trying to buy it or have the purchase agreement, and obviously it's not a concern of theirs. But if it was, they could create the trail the same way I did, the one that's there now. Chainsaw and a side-by-side, and you just create another trail going up there. Not really all that difficult. So I really don't see how that can be a concern. And then his final concern, number 3, was that we have an easement. We requested when the deed's recorded for an easement because there's a gate at the very top of the property that goes onto state land. And we wanted to be able to get up to that gate from down below. So we're requesting an easement, and the new buyers agreed to it, where we could drive up there and use that gate crossing their property. Well, his argument is, which is his third argument, is, well, we could be up there, we could loiter around, I don't know, shoot spitballs at them, whatever. Basically disturb the owners of the house. It's 500 or 600 or 700 feet away. The houses, when you look at them, they're down below and it's literally like this. My neighbors in Boise are 50 feet away. That's probably 500 feet or 700. I just don't see why that would be a concern, personally. And we can see the other gal on the other side's house from right up there too. You could disturb her. The new owners could disturb her from up there. So anyway, in answering Kennedy had those 3 objections. I don't think any of them personally, in my opinion, have any merit on this.
So right there where your property's gonna be, you're just gonna close that driveway off, basically.
Yeah, the driveway goes all the way around, and what ITD requested is that there be a barrier so that the people coming in on the north, the McCall side entrance, couldn't get down to the shop and vice versa. So we installed a barrier in there.
But your trail you're talking about will, just so you can go through that easement and go up to the state
Yeah,
land.
you can see the dots there where the easements are in the middle on the right-hand side.
Yep.
Okay, that's our easement. Well, to get to that, that's just an ATV trail is all that is that I built to get up to the gate on top. To get to the start of that, you'd have to go through our property. There's plenty of room there between, those 3 buildings there and our property line just to create a cut across right up to it. It just wouldn't be that difficult. And oh, by the way, would be the north side of the property, there's another gate there that accesses the state line. So you could go out that gate and go around, I guess, if you wanted to. But, that's kind of a moot point from my perspective.
Okay.
So our hold up here, I guess, what we're asking for is, we dug the test hole. The health department was there. Looks good. They signed off, gave us permission. We found out at the 11th hour that, oh, by the way, there's 2 parts to that. You have to put a piece of pipe in and check how fast the water comes and goes. Can't do that till next year. We can't move forward with any of this if we hold it all up based on that. And we're asking you guys, I guess, to allow us to move forward and, not have that be a restriction on getting this doggone thing done. Okay. We're kind of at your mercy, really, on this whole thing.
So you haven't put the test pipe in the ground?
We don't.
I think they typically want you to monitor that through the winter and the spring.
Yeah, I mean, we could, we'd have to call probably Steve back or somebody to put the pipe down there. More than happy to do that, but again, it's kind of an 11th hour, just kind of figured this whole thing out in the last week or so. And there's really no reason why they wouldn't. Our drain field where we proposed the septic is literally 30 feet away from the drain field from the house. It's been operating for 20 years, so topography is the same, soil's the same. It'd be a freak thing if for some reason we couldn't put a drain field in there.
So you mean your drain field is close to your property line there from the old house?
The current drain field, if you look at the old house there's the house on the right and the garage, and on the left is a pole barn on the top. The drain field runs from that pole barn towards our new proposed property line. But it stops about probably 25 feet short of our property line. And then our drain field would come from the shop, kind of go in that same direction back towards the current drain field, but stop probably 20 feet or so from our property.
Right.
So the 2 drain fields would be, whatever, pick a number, 40, 50 feet apart.
Okay.
But again, it's the same soil, same slope, same trees, same. I can't imagine why it wouldn't pass a perk test. And if it didn't, there's other areas, it's 2.5 acres.
Good.
Any questions, Brian?
I don't.
All right. I think we're good on that.
This is the applicant's agent. He wants to enhance the applicant's presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Lyons, 903 Ann Street, McCall. We did have the property perk test, and Central District Health approved it, and there was no signs of any water level or anything to require any water monitoring. Typically, when they're doing the approvals, if they do see any signs of the soil, even later in the year when it's dried out, they'll require the water monitoring. This soil didn't require any of that. And so part of with the subdivision process, it has water monitoring on that just as a general rule. But because we already had this approved, we didn't see any need to put a standpipe in for any water monitoring in the spring. There was just no signs or no need for it. Worst case scenario, I've talked with Tom White at Central District Health. They can approve a plat with a sanitary restriction in place. So that sanitary restriction could stay in place with this property, with the 2 acre piece or 2.5 acre piece, if we needed to have that water monitoring done. But again, it was approved. So, and I think he pretty much addressed everything else. We have the entrances already approved on both sides, or they're going to be approved, just when they can catch up with it. The easement part will be granted at recording. Again, it's up on the very edge of the top of the hill. You can't even see it from most of the property. I don't know what the other gentleman was even thinking about. And you got the full the full west and north boundary are state land, so you create any access there at any point. But the main thing that we're seeing is the septic, and I don't believe we had talked about or even really going to require any CCNRs unless the planning and zoning required that. We weren't going to have any CCNRs. We can certainly add modify the fireplace on there. The surveyor put that on there, so we could easily have just one or wood burning unit on each lot. But I think the biggest thing for us is the septic requirements. If this was a record of survey, it wouldn't be needed. So unfortunately, we don't fall into the record of survey requirements because of the splits around the area. But again, we have approvals and the other systems already installed. Hope that kind of clarifies the septic part of that. If you have any other questions I can help with?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Did you submit your engineering reports to Central District Health to have the sanitary restrictions released?
Well, we're waiting on this to figure out if we needed that, because they have the results from when they did the perk test. But as far as the water monitoring, it wasn't required. So
I know, but in order to, I mean,
Tom had mentioned that they were, unless they would approve it or be fine with a sanitary restriction to remain on the plat until it was completed. And we don't have any intention of, or he doesn't have any intention of building at this point, but we would be able to complete that later in the spring. We're just hoping that it wouldn't hold up the recording process. Again, they said they do and have signed off or allowed plats to have a restriction on it. That was from Tom White. And also talked with, and I don't have my notes.
we've done it on Elk Run subdivision, but they put on there that they were, on the face of the plat, they put pasture lots. There's a number of those lots did not perk, and they couldn't release the sanitary restriction. We did it there, and then we did it at Tamarack, and then they issued building permits for the village without having those released because everybody forgot that there were sanitary restrictions in place. So, historically, we have never recorded plats with sanitary restrictions in place.
Is there a way for,
Once the plat's recorded, it's recorded.
is there a way not to have the restriction or a variance on the sanitary restriction since we do have the septic approval already?
You need to talk to Central District Health about that. Idaho Code 50-1326 allows you to record plats with sanitary restrictions in place, as long as before any building that requires sanitary, septics or water or anything else, they have that removed, but yeah. I personally have no issue, but someone's gonna have to remember, they're gonna have to, you know, you could put a condition that they have that done within a year. If, but we have no hammer, for lack of a better illustration, to make sure that they do it.
Mhm.
Except we could state, we state in the CUP that we're not going to issue building permits on lot 2 until that's done. And then 10 years from now, who's gonna be looking at the CUP? They
Right,
pull up, you know, and see that they're legally platted lots.
right.
It's not what happens today, it's what happens in the future and the follow through and who's gonna remember? Well, I'll remember as long as I'm here.
It just means you can't retire ever or die.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you. It was a close call today.
Some compassion there.
So anyway, I just want you to have that we've never done it. There's nothing that prevents you from doing it. This might be a circumstance where you find it's okay to do it. It's up to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, so looking at the Central District Health's letter, I mean, it almost sounds like they didn't do anything over there.
There's been confusion about what the difference between a septic permit and removal of sanitary restrictions is. You get a septic permit, but to remove sanitary restrictions, you have to file engineering reports.
So you'd have to have like a soils test and,
Right. So you could do it and make a condition.
That'd be the way to go.
And then he would have to re-report the letter once it was released next year. And then we would put a Scrivener note on our plat.
great big one.
And I'm more than happy to, put the pipe in and have an engineer come check it. I got no issues with that. We may very well put a septic there next year, and I know that has to be done.
It's
Before we
not
do
a
that.
septic, it's the sanitary restriction releases. That's where we're getting confused.
So he doesn't need the septic, he needs the sanitary restrictions released, which entails a soils test.
Whatever Central District Health tells him. So that when we get the letter that's recorded with the plat, sanitary restrictions are released.
Mhm.
In accordance with Idaho Code 50-1306 or whatever it says.
And that's something he has to do.
Yes. That's not a septic system.
The only
Sanitary
difference from what we
restriction.
had done is just the water monitoring. They already have the soil samples or the types of soils, that's already been recorded. It just wasn't water monitor that's required for a subdivision.
Even on a subdivision that has central sewer and water, you still have to get sanitary restrictions.
So can we make that a condition of approval that they have to have that within a certain amount of time?
Mhm.
I mean, if it's already been done, if we just had the letter or whatever is holding it up, then that
Water
would be
monitor.
quick.
We can't do that. It's got to be done through the spring.
Right.
You could put a condition that says that they have to have the fee paid with Central District Health and the application in prior to recordation of the plat. Central District Health, and that would give you some semblance of comfort that they were going to get through that process.
Right. Like that.
Moving on.
Right. I think we're good with you guys.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is there any proponents that would like to speak in favor of this application? Either here or on the phone. Is there any undecideds? Any opponents to this application? Like to speak? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it to the table for deliberation.
I'm good. Done beat it up enough. All my questions answered.
I don't really have anything at this point.
So the proposed conditions of approval that I came up with
Yeah.
was changing the note to the one wood burning device. So it's in compliance with the Valley County Code.
Mm-hmm.
And then, paying all Central District health fees prior to recording the final plat. And then getting those sanitary restrictions released within a year.
Yeah, that seems like being an important thing right there.
Yeah. Then do we need some kind of letter that shows that they are in that process? Like right away?
They'll just give me a letter from Central District Health saying that they're in the process.
Okay.
Fees have been paid, they're in the process, they have to monitor.
Perfect. So there's a
And then they can
plan,
record it, huh?
so that there's a written down
Yes.
plan of what they're gonna do, what they gotta do.
There's some way to track it.
Perfect. I like it.
And then once those are released next year, then they can note that on the plat. It's that bottom left, this right here is that sanitary restriction release. Okay. Those were the two conditions I came up with. Huh?
Said I couldn't read that.
Oh, wait, oh, okay.
No, it's okay.
Flip it the other way and we can read it.
Well, now I could, I guess. I test. Oh, now I'm confused.
That's okay.
Okay, you have it in front of you.
That one's even smaller.
Yeah. I know. Hey, we need a motion?
Do you want me to read it? It's just a letter that goes with every plat that says that they can have a standard system, they can have, a certain type of septic system, it's just the sanitary restrictions. And then the release. Some of the Tamarack ones had those in place when we recorded, so. It's a letter of information.
Okay, gotcha. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept CUP 2126 Kinney Mountain subdivision, preliminary and final plat with the conditions stated. They are.
Authorize the chairman.
And authorize the chairman to sign off.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's a 10-day appeal period. Anyone can appeal the decision to the Board of County Commissioners.
I didn't notice that it was on second page. To just get
Ooh, that's a fat one.
So it goes like this.
yeah.
Okay.
Now on to CUP 21-27 Timber Creek Reserve Subdivision preliminary plat. Is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
Nope.
No.
No. Cindy, we have the staff report.
Weird.
Might have to turn it off.
This subdivision, they'll give you my staff report. It's this parcel right here. Right there. So CEP 21, did you do ex parte and conflict?
Yep.
Okay. CEP 21-27 Timber Creek Reserve preliminary plat. The applicants are North Lake Durham LLC. The property is located at 188 and 200 Durham Lane, rural parcel 16 North, range 3 East, section 21, parcel 9990, and rural parcel 16 North, range 3 East, section 280005, and Wagon Wheel Ranch, number 1, lots 1 and 2, block 1. The property is 37 acres. North Lake Durham LLC is requesting a conditional use permit for an 81-lot single-family residential subdivision on 37 acres. The property is currently 2 rural parcels, 30 acres and 5 acres, and then 2 subdivision lots, which are 1.3 acres and 0.6 acres. Proposed lot sizes range from 11,326 square feet, which is 0.26 acres, to 28,314 square feet, which is 0.65 acres. The density is proposed at 2.2 units per acre. Lots would be accessed at 2 separate locations from Durham Lane onto 2 public roads that would be a 70-foot right-of-way with a 24-foot paved traveled way. Water and sewer would be provided by North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District. Underground utilities, electrical, cable, and telephone are proposed in 12-foot wide utility easements adjacent to the rights-of-ways. A draft wildfire protection plan has been submitted. Hydrants placed throughout the subdivision will be connected to the North Lake water lines. There are wetlands on the property and are shown on the application sheets 3, 4, and 5. Entry features would include large stone boulders with the name of the subdivision along large overhead timber arches at both entrances to the subdivision. The subdivision would be created in 3 phases. Phase 1 would be constructed 2021 through 2023 and would be 29 lots. Phase 2 would be 2022 through 2025, 27 lots, and then phase 3 would be the same for 25 lots. The application was submitted on August 31st, 2021. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd and September 30th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. The application was sent to the city of Donnelly as the site is less than 1 mile from the Donnelly impact area. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet September 16th. The site was posted on October 5th. The notice and application were posted on the Valley County website on September 14th. Agency comments received. Central District Health requires an application and engineer report before further comment can be made. Jeff McFadden, Valley County Road Department Superintendent, has the following comments. There are not funds to resurface Loomis Lane or Durham Lane to handle the added heavy traffic that will be added to these roads during the construction of this new subdivision. The developer should repave Loomis Lane from Highway 55 to Sisker Road and Durham Lane from Sisker Road to the second new road entrance. Kelly Caperi, Communications Supervisor, and Lori Frederick, Cadastral Specialist, reviewed the proposed road names, and these road names are not acceptable. Sawtooth Lane and Alpine Drive. Neighbor comments received. Randall and Nicole Baker at 12926 Sister Road are opposed to the size and density of the proposed subdivision. Lot sizes should be at least half acre. Additional concerns are increased neighborhood road traffic and noise, impacts on sewer and water system, other utilities, and the environment, increase in law enforcement needs, and the impact on the existing Boulder Creek Beach and Boat Launch Day Use area. Jim Will, Height, and family from Caldwell are opposed. Concerns include small lots, high density, wildlife habitat, increased traffic on Durham Road, and impact to the cabin experiencing avoided by property owners in the area. Bill and Kathy Tino, 50 grand for a driver opposed. They are concerned with water drainage, snow berms, and flooding of homes. Scott Wenger, 177 Durham Lane, is opposed to the proposed subdivision directly across from the Wenger property. The perimeter trees along Durham Lane should be kept for buffering. Concerns include increased road damage on Durham Lane, traffic and speeding. The lots are small and density is too high. There are already issues on Durham Lane. They attached some photos. Ross Campbell, 48 grand for a drive, is opposed due to traffic and water drainage concerns. The spring runoff goes directly to that property. Drainage is already an issue in the adjacent subdivision. Jeremy Matson, 193 Durham Lane, is opposed. Wildlife live in the proposed area. A large number of lots does not fit with the existing community. An entrance is planned across the street from his place, which would drive headlights into his house at all hours. There are no plans to handle the increased traffic. Snow is stored on that side of the street. By the end of the winter, Durham Lane is often condensed to only one lane open for traffic. Where would snow be moved to? Boulder Creek Boat Launch is already overcrowded, forcing parking on the neighboring streets with no plans to address the increased usage due to the proposal. The 3-year construction plan will continuously impact the community with the construction noise, equipment, and clutter. Dragonville has common areas for the community to use. What is to prevent people in the new subdivision using these areas? Anonymous is a local homeowner and permanent full-time resident adjacent to the Eastfield site. Fire, water, and drainage are concerns. There's only one access for the rural area. Adding 81 more families will make it difficult to evacuate. A green strip should be maintained between the lots and the BOR land. Drainage from neighboring subdivisions into the proposed site is problematic. What's the developer county's plan to mitigate or manage the substantial amount of water? Neighboring wells and sewer will be affected. A subdivision of this size in this spot will put more people at risk. Physical characteristics of the site: it's relatively flat, mostly timbered, and side drainage flows westward. Surrounding land use and zoning includes to the north, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, south, the single-family residential subdivision, east, single-family residential subdivision, and to the west is Bureau of Reclamation and single-family residential subdivision. This proposal is categorized under 2 residential uses: C, subdivision for single-family residential. I would highlight that the front building setback lines should not be less than 90 feet, and there are a number of lots in here that are 80 feet, so they're going to have to make those changes. Maximum density is 2.5, and I believe this one was at 2.2 units per acre. Minimum lot sizes allowed on central sewer and water are 8,000 square feet. And this is all in Title IX, Chapter 5. Staff comments. Staff's compatibility rating was a positive 33. Staff comments. Draft CC NARs have not been submitted. Approval letters required from the Donley Fire District. Donley Fire would like to see Alturas connected as one through road for 2 accesses to the subdivision, or move Glacier Road so it is the same as Redfish Lane. Road names will need to be reconfigured in regards to the short Alturas Drive, depending on the configuration of the roads. This subdivision is not within an irrigation district. Recommend that there be platted footpaths to the BOR land on the west property boundary. Conduit for fiber optics is required. Lots will need to be reconfigured in some areas since they do not meet minimum lot widths of 90 feet where the setback is measured. What kind of drainage will be provided through this property to the west? And all lots in Durham Lane should access from the internal road system, not Durham Lane. Proposed conditions of approval are as follows. 1, the application, the staff report, and provisions of land use and development ordinance are all made part of this permit as if written in full herein. 2, any change in the nature or scope of land use activities shall require an additional conditional use permit. 3, the final plat for phase 1 shall be recorded within 2 years, or this permit will be null and void. Future phases will need to be finalized by December 31st of 2026. 4, conditions of this permit, these conditions will not relieve the applicant from complying with applicable county, state, or federal laws or regulation, or be construed as permission to operate in violation of any statute or regulation. Violation of these laws, regulations, or rules may be grounds for revocation of the conditional use permit or grounds for suspension of the conditional use permit. 5, must have an approved stormwater management plan and site grading plan approved by the Valley County engineer prior to any work being done on site. 6, 6, prior to final plat, the applicant's engineer shall certify that the roads have been built to approved standards or be financially guaranteed. 7, must bury conduit for fiber optics with utilities. 8, a declaration of installation of utilities should be placed on the face of the plat if all utilities are not in place at the time of recordation. 9, a letter of approval is required from Donnelly Fire District prior to recording the final plat. 10, CCNRs should address lighting, wildfire prevention, noxious weeds, and limit each lot to one wood burning device. 11, lighting must comply with the Valley County Lighting Ordinance. 12, shall place addressing numbers at each residence and the driveway entrance if the house numbers are not visible from the road. 13, the following notes be placed in the notes on the face of the plat. The Valley County Board of Commissioners have the sole discretion to set the level of service for any public road. The level of service can be changed. 14, must have an agreement with the Board of County Commissioners concerning off-site road improvements developed through the road department. Since the staff report was completed, we received additional correspondence. Exhibit 1 is from Leonard Long, Friends of Lake Cascade. And there are special concerns regarding the location of the potential drainage from this large subdivision. Past 2 years, the Boulder Creek Arm has been in the first area of the reported toxic algae blooms on the lake. Expanding residential development, increased public use, and changes in land use are known to threaten water quality and designated beneficial uses such as aquatic life, recreation, water supply, wildlife habitat, and aesthetics. He recommends that you proceed with caution and look for ways to reduce runoff, such as detention ponds, lower density, require strict adherence to the NPDES stormwater pollution prevention, best management practices during and after construction, and educate new landowners of the water quality problems and solutions. They can implement best management practices to reduce pollutants from entering the waterways. A letter from Donnelly Fire dated October 8th, and they list all of their fire codes that must be complied with, including fire hydrants, engineered drawings of the water system, redundant fire capabilities, and then roads being built to standards. And I know that there was conversations about the road configuration. And those are ongoing with the applicant. Exhibit 3 is from Dirk and Sarah Sunt. They value their frequent time up here when they come up to visit. They appreciate their immediate neighbors. They're concerned about overcrowding. They feel very strongly that adding a suburban style subdivision of 81 acres on 37 acres, 81 homes on 37 acres would negatively impact the existing Wagon Wheel subdivision, Boulder Creek Meadows and Fir Grove Estates. And you each have a copy of that letter. There's a letter from the Valley Soil and Water Conservation District dated October 7th. And they request that any drainage issues on this property be addressed and mitigated. Any water that may come off this proposed subdivision may eventually reach the Boulder Creek arm of Lake Cascade. This summer, it was noted that the pollution that occurred and led to DEQ issuing a health advisory started within the Boulder Creek arm. Be particularly careful with the drainage issues. And that was all of the additional correspondence I had. And I would draw your attention up here. This is the acreage here. You come in on Loomis Lane. I don't know if everybody's familiar. Then you turn and then go down Siskiyou to Durham. This is the Wagon Wheel area, and it's this piece of property right here that this is being proposed on. This property here is Bureau of Reclamation. And as is also owned by this, so it's this piece, along with these two lots right here. This is the proposed subdivision, preliminary plat. There's an access here and here. I know Donley Fire is interested in having this road connected through here. And the applicant was working with Donley Fire on some changes to this. And some of these lots in here, I was trying to explain, are just 80 feet wide, and those are gonna have to be to a minimum of 90 feet. That's what the Valley County Code requires for frontage. We measure the front yard setback.
And you said there's a minimum 8,000 square feet lot size. What is that for, how many acres is 8,000 square feet? Or what portion of an acre is 8,000 square
There's
feet?
43,560 acres.
Square feet in an acre?
Yes. 43,560 square feet in an acre. You're gonna make me do algebra in front of all these people?
Now go to the Google conversion page.
You've got 5 lots in 1 acre.
Well, whatever it is, it's 0.18
There's some really
acres
small lots on this, man, in Dayton.
is what the minimum lot size is with our ordinance. We have central sewer and water. Okay,
Nowhere to put snow.
what?
I'm just looking at 48-foot snow.
The applicant's gonna answer that.
Do we have any questions for staff? I'm good.
I don't know.
We ready to hear the presentation?
Yeah, I've got some questions.
You ready, Cinda?
Yes.
All right, now we would hear the presentation by the applicant. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sean Black, and I represent North Durham LLC as one of the owners. I also have CP Shannon with me to answer questions should we need to run through things I don't have the answers to. My address is 2365 East Columbia Road, Meridian, Idaho, 83650. I'm really not going to go through a presentation because it was so well done by Cinda, so I'm just going to kind of run through she basically said everything I had lined out here. But I'll just move on down. The water and sewer is proposed to be supplied by North Lake Sewer, and the water district and existing capacity of both the Fir Grove wells and the district lift stations are all adequate for this subdivision. We've found that out so far. There also seems to be a lot, and I guess I'll just make a comment to it. There seems to be a lot of comments regarding drainage. And I guess one thing I would point out here from a drainage standpoint is the condition of approval number 5 states that the project must have an approved stormwater management plan and site grading plan approved by the Valley County engineer prior to any work being done on site. Therefore, our plan will need to be designed in accordance with the Valley County minimum standards for public road design and construction, and it will be reviewed and approved by the Valley County engineer based on the requirements as set forth within. We will be redesigning the plat, of course, to accommodate the 80-foot widths. We will also redesign the plat to accommodate the fire marshal. He has 2 options there. One of them, I think Cinda went over. Another is to straighten the entrance from Glacier Road, the one on the bottom, to come right into Redfish. And we're working on that right now, trying to get that redesigned to make that happen. We've got some negotiations to do. But one or the other, we're going to be agreeable to making those changes to meet his requirements. Let me just add that all of our roads are going to be designed to county standards. and constructed to county standards. I know the county representative, when we met out there, indicated the county would not take over our roads, but this and the request for participation of paving the roads off-site is something we're going to need to do some further negotiation on. With that, I think that I'll just answer any questions you may have.
So where do you, how do I want to ask that? When it comes to plowing the snow, where are you gonna put it at? It looks
Well-
like everything's pretty, every little bit of the land is tied up in lots with the houses.
Yeah, our design, if I may have CP back a little bit. This is CP Shannon. He's also an owner.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the GIS map there. So the subdivision, the way this road construction will be designed will be very typical of all these additional lots and the current county roads, even though the Durham Lane or Siskra. And so it'll come with a 70-foot right-of-way across there, 24-foot minimum road. So the typical road section is going to be designed with the borrow ditch or the swells for the drainage. And that's going to be typical of what you see for snow plowing as it currently is in all other areas. The lot sizes in this particular development are consistent with all the surrounding areas in there. So our average lot size is, 0.33 to 0.4 on average throughout our development. You've got some around the corner there on Durham Lane that'll vary anywhere from, 0.46. Particular one has theirs 0.26. And a lot of them are in that third of an acre range. So ours is very typical with what's already there. There is a natural drainage that is a wetland that runs through the middle of the property there. That does receive some off-site stormwater through some culverts. Our modeling, when we conduct that plan to submit for the stormwater management and site grading plan, will incorporate the modeling to make sure our design is appropriately sized to carry all of that stormwater through that natural drainage along with our development and what that creates.
So that'll be like a common area or something?
It will be
in the plot?
undisturbed.
Someplace where
because it
they
is a
can't
wetland.
build on?
That is correct, yeah, and it's not shown.
You could probably show the plat. You can see that's going to be in the back, right through there.
So it'll be right between
Yeah.
those lots.
And so this is the furthest downstream point of the drainage prior to it crossing Hereford in a 36-inch culvert and then directly into Lake Cascade from there.
And there's also a pretty substantial drainage along Durham Lane. You'd see it on the north side of Durham Lane. But that's probably anywhere from 6 to 10 foot deep and fairly wide. We'll only be coming across that with one road to entrance. You can probably see it on the plat. Yep. So we'll adequately design the crossing there, of course, to accommodate it to flow across.
Good flows.
May I ask a question?
Go for it.
So if this is going to be your drainage through here, can you show an easement or no disturb area so that people aren't trying to build back in here? So they know they have to build out.
Yeah, it'll be outlined in our submittal package. I believe there are some plat maps that actually show the wetland
Can you put it
delineation.
on the final plat?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we intend to.
So that we issue building permits, we know that they can't be back there.
Absolutely.
We have to.
We are currently just finishing up the wetland boundary delineation. And then once we receive our 404 Army Corps of Engineer permit, we'll be able to delineate that on all of the lots for the final plat.
There are two other items that we're going to add to this based on some of the responses. We're going to add some walkways or pathways into the BOR from, I believe, between lots 24 and 25. We'll put a 10-foot walkway, and then I think between 24 and 25 in phase 3, a 10-foot walkway into the BOR property. I've touched base with BOR, and they're currently looking at our designs to see how that suits them, and we're also in negotiation with them. We submitted a fire mitigation plan which calls for a 100-foot boundary on the northwest side that we border with BOR, and we're asking them if we can go in and thin out a buffer zone, something similar to what we're committing to on our side to help with any fire mitigation. And they're currently looking at that. They didn't get us comments back before this meeting, but they didn't seem to be opposed to it, and they're looking at that.
Is phase one to the left of that drainage area?
It is. It's going to be everything south of the wetland drainage.
So you really don't want to move that entrance then?
We'll likely, Durham Lane kind of comes in through here. We're in negotiation right now to see if we can just come into this straight.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that, as I understand it, I realize I can't hear, but as I can understand it from the fire marshal, that we can accept. If we can't get that negotiated or figured out, then we'll come across like he's wanted. But we've got this wetland that comes through here, and there's a few other things to consider as we get through there. But that will be the ideal if we can get through there. And that will also address some of the comments on some of the neighbors regarding headlights into their homes from Glacier Road.
What do you propose for?
Pardon?
What do you propose for timeline? Phase one, phase two, phase three?
Phase one's 2022 to 2023, and the subsequent phases are on up to 2025.
Just trying to sell as you go, or?
We will probably put a lot of infrastructure in sooner than later.
Right. Don't have anything else. Huh?
Any
Or
questions?
have anything.
All right. I guess we would take testimony from proponents at this time. Either here or on the phone. Any undecideds who wish to speak? Any opponents that would like to speak? Well, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Sam Field, 203 Durham Lane. I want to just kind of second Jeff McFadden, the road superintendent's concerns about the existing roads in the area. These guys have a good plan, it sounds like, for the new roads they want to build. But that much increased traffic on the roads we have that are in need of repair and end up getting a lot of Valley County Road Department repair every spring is something to consider. Maybe putting some of the load on the new developers to help upgrade those before we do more construction, put more pressure on them.
Cinda, can you show some of the what's around it? We can kind of see that road system.
This is north of. This is right here.
Just looking at the roads, got them all.
That last condition was must have an agreement with the Board of County Commissioners concerning off-site road improvements developed through the road department. The way that typically happens is if you choose to approve this land use, then they have to work with the road department, both the Board of County Commissioners contractors and they come up with, they negotiate some sort of agreement or
That works for all parties.
they're public roads.
Go ahead, sir.
That's Walter Texera. I live at 194 Single Tree Lane, which is the street just behind Durham. So I can see Durham, basically, if I look through my neighbor's property there. I just want to say that I echo everything that she read from all the people that were against this and all the concerns. And I also like to say that I don't believe those lot sizes are similar to Wagon Wheel, because I believe Wagon Wheel has all pretty much at least half-acre lots. Because I own 3 lots, so I have 1.5 acres, and mostly everybody around in that whole area is, I can see is about 1/2 acre. So I don't agree with that. And then how much of an acre was that for minimum that you were saying?
Well, the 8,000 square
Yeah.
feet,
0.18.
0.18.
So 0.18 doesn't match their layouts.
So that's 8,000 square feet. They're not proposing 8,000 square feet.
No, they're more than that.
I know, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for more of a subdivision that has more than 1/4 acre or 1/3 acre. I want to see bigger lots so things are spread out and things are more looking like the subdivision we live in now. The subdivision they have there, I see them in Boise all the time, and I left Boise for that reason. You know, now they're turning our beautiful subdivision that's Donnelly living into a city life. 81 homes, times that by 2, that's how many vehicles at least are going to be in there. There's one way in and one way out of that subdivision. God forbid we turn into a Paradise, California. We all have to get out of there at the same damn time. It's insane. And with the drainage ditch that they were saying, I know that ditch. There's not a spot in there that's 6 to 10 feet deep. So I think they need to do a little homework on that. I'm just against the whole thing. And the other question I like to ask them, what's going to be an average price of one of them homes?
Sure.
Oh, come on, throw
You
me
need
one.
to point your attention up here, please.
Okay, I'd like to know what the average price of one of them homes will be. Because I know in this area right now, we got people that can't afford to work here because they can't afford to live here. If that would have been some kind of a working man's subdivision where people can afford to work and live here, I'd be more for it. But all those things are going to turn into are going to be vacation rentals and Airbnbs. That's not good. Thank you.
Any other opponents that would like to speak to this application, here or on the phone? Seeing and hearing none, would the applicant like to rebut any of the comments?
Sure. This is Sean Black again. One thing I just want to point out, kind of asked how many, in general, houses. We counted up all the lots. There's roughly 1,051 subdivision lots, not including undeveloped parcels. And we've got 81 of them that we're proposing. We may or may not sell them. So we're 7.5% of the lots that will be using these roads. I'm happy to pay my fair share to upgrade these roads before we do this, but that's going to be a negotiation that I'd like to have with the commissioners. As I'm happy to pay what we're going to add to, and that doesn't even count Willow Creek campground usage and things. So we are more than happy to participate in those type of costs even before we get this project sold. But I want to make sure everybody understands that we're adding 81 lots to an already 1,051 area that uses Loomis Road and is it State Highway?
Yeah, Old State Road.
Old State Road as the only access into these. And to your comment on the road on Durham Lane, that if that's not the case, then that's my mistake. I wasn't trying to oversell that. We walked out through there and I probably tried to jump across it, and it seemed pretty big across the north side of Durham Lane. I thought it was a bit bigger than, I mean, you would know I'm not going to go against that. It seemed like a pretty good drainage, and it seemed like it would move quite a bit of water down through there, because I had concerns when we walked down of where we're going to be crossing it as to whether or not we're going to be able to accommodate the flow with a culvert or a box culvert or something bigger. So I didn't intend on trying to mislead anybody on that at all.
Are the roads in the subdivision going to be paved?
We are hoping the county will take over the roads after we construct them. That again is another thing we'd like to visit with the commissioners about. I think that we can reach an agreement on those things, but I guess did you have anything else?
Oh, I think that covers most everything. And
Can I ask one more?
Yeah.
Do you anticipate the number of lots going down slightly because you have to make
Well,
lots?
Yep, there will be some lots also that are unbuildable due to the wetland. So 81 is how we have it all laid out. But there will be some of the lots that will be unbuildable just because of the wetland boundaries and those sorts of things. And plus, as you pointed out, we missed the 80-foot widths. And so those sorts of things we'll just have to do on the redesign. And then however we end up coming into it to try to accommodate the fire marshal. If you'll go back to the one before that. So the idea is coming through here, if we can get something negotiated on this. If we come through here, then we can come right out under. That would be the ideal if we can get something negotiated. If we can't, then we're just stuck with coming in straight through here and connecting that.
And then what's that ground in the north?
North BR,
You are?
all Bureau of Reclamation.
Okay.
Their whole west side is BR.
Mm-hmm.
There are also quite a few off-site improvements that we'll be required to do. We don't have our final agreement with North Lake yet, but we anticipate that we're going to be installing some standby power that isn't currently in existence, and a few of those sorts of things that I think will benefit everybody in the entire neighborhood that are off those wells. So we fully anticipate those sorts of improvements that currently aren't there that we will be providing up front.
What do you mean by standby power?
for the lift station on the sewer system.
Oh, okay.
They currently, it was grandfathered in.
Mhm.
They currently do not have standby power for those right now. And so with us in our agreement, that will be a requirement and stipulation that we provide those upgrades to the current system
Hmm.
due to adding additional capacity. Another one for fire protection for the entire community is adding pump redundancy for the water system.
Which currently isn't in place. Those would be things that will, I would anticipate once we get an agreement with North Lake, those would be things we'll do up front. So that will benefit everybody in the region.
So going back to your size of lots, these, I mean, we're going 2.3, 3 point whatever. Are they third, half acre lots? What are the?
Our minimum size is 0.26. Our maximum size is 0.65, and that 0.26 will probably increase a bit because we need to widen some of the
That would be 90
smaller
feet.
ones to meet the 80 foot. So we're gonna have to reconfigure them all, but they'll all be bigger than 0.26
Mhm.
when we get done. So they'll,
And then, as he stated, some of the lots will be unbuildable due to the wetland boundary. So some of that acreage will then be added on when we make our final plat for lot line adjustments there. So I would say the minimum size lot, with bringing the width out to the 90 feet, will make a minimum of around 0.3 to 0.32 with that 10.
is the wetland shown on?
I thought it was shown in the.
Is there
submittal.
another map that shows the wetland boundaries? If you could show that, that also
It kind of
will give
overlays.
it kind of give you an idea of an open area that runs right through the subdivision.
Yeah, there it is.
For both wildlife and everything. You can kind of see some of this will be, we're working on a few of these things. I'm not sure this is going to look like this at the end, but you're going to have this come through the entire subdivision. And that will accommodate wildlife and water and everything. And unbuildable, of course.
Yeah, 15. Okay. Anything else, Scott?
I'm just stuck on the drainage, knowing how that area is out there. A lot of those houses more to the, that'd be the east. More to the east, it seems like in the spring they have a lot of problems with high groundwater and runoff.
Yeah, they'll have to get approval from the Valley County engineer.
That's not really our problem anyways.
With
Their
the
problem.
road construction and design, all those drainage swells will have connectivity to the natural drainage throughout there.
The ditches along the side, you mean?
Correct.
So
there'll be
they'll
culverts
drain
installed.
into the wetlands.
What's that?
You said they'll drain into the
The
wetlands.
drainage back around to the south of the property there as well. The current drainage system that's in place as well.
I think, and not that the drainage is our problem, but it's gonna have a lot more concentration in that ditch where, a lot of that water used to just soak into that ground there. It's not, you got pavement and houses and whatever, you're reducing that surface area quite a bit. But like I said, that's not really our problem. It's more the engineer's problem.
So Cinda, is that a 70-foot easement for the roads?
Yeah, those are 70-foot rights of ways with 24-foot paved traveled way.
Okay. Have nothing else?
Nothing else? You got anything, Brian?
Nope.
Kevin?
So you might want to make sure that none of those opponents want to comment on anything that might have been presented that was new. Because there's quite a bit of conversation there in the rebuttal that we didn't hear in the presentation.
So I should
Just-
proponent.
Yeah, just make sure
Yes,
everybody has to say.
All right, would anybody like to speak to the rebuttal?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that the area is plagued with drainage problems. And I'm just kitty corner from the southwest corner of this property. So, right now that bank, the ditch that runs across along the north edge of Durham Road there, in the spring is all the way full. And sometimes tries to flow across towards my house. I haven't had any problems with crawl space filling up with water yet, but it's a concern. So, I also had a question. So who do you say has the final say and
The Valley County engineer, it'll all be engineered.
for the stormwater? Okay.
We have the same engineer as when Fir Grove was put in the pond here.
Okay. And I've talked to surveyors who I work with that have made comments of how the area is just really tough for drainage. So, thank you.
Anybody else who would like to speak to the rebuttal? Alrighty, seeing none. How do we close the public hearing? We'll close the public hearing and bring it to the table for discussion.
Come on, Neil.
I've had all my questions answered. I mean, the drainage is a big thing, and the roads, all of it. I've, heard everybody's concerns, read them. So
I'm in the same boat as these guys are going to address the roads and work with the road department and Jeff and figure something out with Loomis and Durham and, I mean, that's a big selling point.
that's totally out of our purview, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cinda?
Yeah, there was a resolution done in about 1997 that stated that the Valley County Road Department the Valley County Board of Commissioners will do those efforts and on the compatibility rating where it's financial matters, the Board of County Commissioners retain that for their discussions. So if you choose to approve this, they will have to meet, work with the Valley County engineer and get all their drainage designed. And then work with the Valley County Road Director on a plan to take to the Board of County Commissioners before the final plat even comes back to you.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
That's something that they'll want to take care of immediately.
yeah.
And they'll have quite a bit of work to do with the engineer, the road department, North Lake.
Well, I'll go and make a motion.
I did pick up one condition, what was originally proposed, which is must place drainage easements on final plat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Perfect.
Yep. I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary plat for Timber Creek Reserve, CUP 21-27, with the conditions stated
Sorry,
before the commissioners.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's a 10-day appeal period. Anyone can appeal the decision to the Board of County Commissioners.
Now they have a lot of work.
Perfect.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yep, sure.
You're a pretty thirsty guy, aren't you?
Coffee,
I
water.
will mute.
When I get too thirsty from drinking coffee, I switch to water.
Look at this.
Yes, you should, if you are recording.
We're live.
Well, yeah.
All right, on to CUP 21-28 Laurel Cell Tower, amendment of CUP 03-19. Is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Cindy, could we get the staff report?
Yeah, the staff report for CUP 2128 Laurel Cell Tower is amendment of CUP 03-19. The applicant is T-Mobile, the owner is Idaho Department of Land. The property is addressed at 1272 Laurel Drive. T-Mobile is requesting a conditional use permit to modify the existing cell tower by adding a backup generator to the site. Proposed Generac 25 kilowatt diesel generator has a sound rating of 71 decibels, 23 feet from the The generator would be installed on an existing concrete pad. Combustible materials, including grass and brush, would be removed within a minimum radius of 10 feet. Electrical lines are the primary source of power for the cell tower. The use of the generator is expected to be minimal. The generator would provide emergency power to keep the communication tower functioning during any disruption to electrical service. There are no existing lights on the perimeter and no new lights are requested. Construction is expected to occur over 3 days. The application was submitted on September 3rd of 2021. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd and September 30th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. Neighbors within approximately 1,500 feet of the cell tower location were notified by fax sheet sent September 16th. The site was posted on October 5th, and the notice and application were posted on the Valley County website on September 14th. Agency comments received. Central District Health has no objection to the extension. Neighbor comments received none. Physical characteristics of the site, its steep slope of timber. Surrounding land use is just state of Idaho land and a single-family residential subdivision on the west. Proposal is categorized under civic or community service uses, key wireless telecommunication towers and antennas in table 9-3-1. I listed different portions of the Valley County Code for your review. Staff questions, comments, or recommendations. I only have one. When would the backup generator be added to the site? And just the conditions of approval would be the same as for conditional use permit number 03-19. So it's just an amendment to that, allowing them to put the generator in place. That ends my staff report.
Any questions for staff?
Nope.
Nope. Good. And now we would hear presentation by the application.
Elias?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the proposal that we're carrying out here is to add a backup generator to so that, whenever there's a power outage, this generator will turn on to provide power to the cell tower when there's construction and service. The use will be minimal, whenever we hope there's never a disruption in power, but if there is, then the purpose of the generator is to provide that power to the facility. The current facility is already existing, and so we're just adding the concrete, or we're adding the generator to the concrete pad.
Somebody needs to mute your phone, please. Thank you.
Right, and so we're just adding the generator to the existing concrete pad. The existing facility has fencing around it already. There are no lights, and so other than that, when the conditional use permit was issued for the construction of the cell tower, there was supposed to be a generator added to the site. It never was, and so now that's why we're in this process to add a generator to the site.
Any questions?
I have done.
No, I have no questions.
Hey. Are there any proponents that would wish to speak to this application? Any undecideds? Any opponents that would like to speak to this? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it to the table for discussion.
I make a motion that we approve this CUP.
I'll second it.
2128 Laurel Cell Tower.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
That's the way it goes right there.
Right there.
Alrighty. Now on to CUP 21-29, Purdom Multiple Residence.
There's a 10-day appeal period.
I didn't, there's a 10-day appeal period on the cell tower applicator modification amendment. Now we're on to CUP 21-29. Is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
No.
No.
Cindy, could we get the staff report, please?
The staff report for CUP 21-29, Purdom Multiple Residences and Short-Term Rentals. The applicant is Ken Purdom, Second Trust. The representative is John Russell. Kenneth R. Purdom, the Second Trust, is requesting a conditional use permit for 3 residences on 1 parcel, a short-term rental of 1 of the 3 residents. The 80-acre parcel currently has 834 square foot residence built in 1920 and a 1,526 square foot residence built in 1960. A new 2,000 square foot home would be built on the property. The applicant is also requesting to use the 1,526 square foot home as a short-term rental. Maximum occupant number is 8 based on Central District Health Review. The application asks for 10 people. A conditional use permit is required instead of a short-term rental permit, as there is more than 1 residential use on the parcel. Each residence will have an individual well and septic system. The homes would be accessed from a shared driveway off Missoula Road, a gravel public road. The site is addressed at 13337 Missoula Road. I'll get that up here for you to see. And it is an 80-acre parcel. So it's this piece of property. There's the house here, they want to build it over here. The applicant can clarify that. So the homes would be accessed from a shared driveway from Missoula Road. The application was submitted on September 8th, 2021. Additional information for the short-term rental was received on September 27th. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd and September 30th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet September 16th, and the site was posted on October 5th. The notice and application were posted on the Valley County website on September 14th. Agency comments received. Central District Health received an application for a new 3-bedroom residence. The applicant is currently monitoring groundwater for approval. The home built in 1960 would be sized for a maximum of 8 people if used as a short-term rental. Des Ellis, Donnelly Fire, listed requirements from the International Fire Code for driveways and address posting. Driveways shall be inspected and approved by the Donnelly Fire Protection District prior to certificate of occupancy being issued. Short-term rental shall comply with Ordinance 19-09 liquefied petroleum gas. Neighbor comments received, none. Characteristics of the site: it's flat agricultural land with some timber. Surrounding land use and zoning includes to the north and east agricultural uses, and to the south and west Bureau of Land Management public lands. Valley County Code categorizes under 2 residential uses, J, multiple residences on 1 parcel, and 5 commercial uses, C, service business, 3, motel, hotel, apartment, resort, bed and breakfast, or lodge. I listed different portions of the Valley County Code for your review. Staff compatibility rating is a positive 14. Comments, all new and existing outside lighting must meet Valley County Code. No pictures were submitted of the existing or proposed lighting fixtures. Number 2, question number 3 on the short-term rental application was not initialed. Will RVs or tents be used at the short-term rental? 3, the maximum number of guests at the short-term rental must not exceed 8 for Central District Health unless the septic system is enlarged. It cannot be advertised to accommodate more than the 8 guests. 4, short-term rental will be managed by process. 5, address numbers on the home may need to be changed based on the location and access. Proposed conditions of approval are as follows. 1, the application, the staff report, and the provisions of the land use and development ordinance are all made a part of this permit, as if written in full herein. 2, any change in the nature or scope of land use activities will require an additional conditional use permit. 3, the use must be established by December 31st, 2022, where a permit extension will be required. 3, for the issuance of this permit, these conditions will not relieve the applicant from complying with applicable county, state, or federal laws or regulations to be construed as permission to operate in violation of any statute or regulation. Violation of these laws, regulations, or rules can grounds for revocation of the conditional use permit or grounds for suspension of the conditional use permit. Comply with Central District Health requirements. All lights shall be fully shielded so that there is not upward or horizontal projection of lights. All lighting must comply with the Valley County lighting ordinance. Driveways shall be constructed to meet current and Downey fire codes. Shall clearly post the addresses of the driveway entrance and all residences. Only the one home may be rented as a short-term rental. Renting any of the other buildings for less than 30 days will require a separate conditional use permit. Required hours for the short-term rental should be 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. Smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors should be installed throughout the short-term rental home. There should be fire extinguishers on each level of the short-term rental home and one near any outside LPG grills. All fire rings should be no larger than 3 feet in diameter. Shall have shovel, bucket, and fire extinguisher available near the fire pit. Must comply with payment of sales tax in accordance with Idaho State Code Chapter 36 for short-term rentals. The short-term rental management company shall file the required annual report with Valley County and shall post rules, emergency exit information, and emergency contact information at the short-term rental. There is a maximum occupancy of 8 guests in the short-term rental home unless the septic system is enlarged not to exceed 12 guests. The maximum occupancy must be reflected in all advertisements. I've had no additional correspondence since the staff report was completed. I'll let the applicant tell you exactly what it was about. Oh, you know, I have a site plan. John Russell did a fine job. Very good. There we go. There we go. There is site plan. This is 3 different home sites. That ends my staff report.
Any questions for staff? Nope. Good. All right, we would hear the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Kenneth Purdom. Address is 13427. And this is Hilda, the better half here. The purpose of me being here is to try to get permission to build a retirement home for us. The property that you see here, 80 acres, was part of Nisula Ranch, was at one time quite larger, and we did acquire quite a bit of that land, so used for cattle. And so the 80 acres up to the north is the 800 square foot piece of property, which is about 100 years old, so we made that livable. Matt, who does on-site management, lives there. Excuse me. The other residence they talked about is to the south, and that was supposedly in 1960. And that was a double-wide home from the Forest Service. So when I got the property, I redid that and had it fixed up nicely. And so mainly it's for family and friends, but we got to that point we thought if we rent out from time to time, it kind of pay the taxes or help us out. But the site where we want to construct our retirement home, it is right? And as far as getting into it, we have 3 pivots. 1, 2, 3. The pivot off of this little road, we get a road base and the right dimensions, and we're supposed to be a good road for the fire department. We go right here and come out to supply cover both homes. And basically, we do have a home which is quite old on the main 670 acres. But it's as far as we work on plumbing a few things. We want a lot of agreements to get in retirement, which hopefully is pretty soon, and have this home for us. And with the weather, it kind of puts a hold on things and puts us behind a bit. So we're hoping, like the gentleman was talking about, this time of year, trying to get things as much done, if approved, as possible, so we can have a place to go to when we retirement.
Hey, Ken? Question. So the lower home, is that the one you're going to use for the rental? The short-term rental?
For the what?
The short-term rental?
Oh, that one, the lower one, yes. That's the one that we've had for, friends, family, and then we do have the management place who will put rentals in there from time to time.
Sure. Okay. Oh, yeah, right there.
Your U.S. Senator is going to be there this week and stand there.
Mm-hmm. All right. I don't have any other questions.
Any questions?
None.
If we're good.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, now we'd hear from any proponents who would like to speak to this application.
I'm Don Reiswig. I live at 13333 Nisula, which is, if you come down, right down Nisula Road, I live right there. That's my place. I am in favor of this, and I'll tell you why. With more people paying taxes into the county base, maybe we can get the county to do a little better road maintenance job on Nisula Road, because Smiley Road is supposed to be the main road out to 55. There's no stop signs on that. But the traffic comes from West Mountain Road down Smiley, then they come down Missoula, cut over to Norwood and go down that way because Norwood, beyond Shaline, that road is an absolute rat hole. So I personally would like to see that. I'm all for growth in the county. I'm all for the tax base, which helps me, and I contribute because I have 7 acres right there at the bottom. So I just want you to know, I am in favor of this. It's not going to impact the road as much as 3 of Granite trucks coming down there after a rainstorm. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Matthew Blakely. I live at 13381 Missoula. I'm the little green dot on the top of the map. I'm a working person here from Valley County, and they rent to me. And they have plans for more rental houses down on Missoula on the east-west portion, and somewhere right in there. And anyway, I'm happy that if they can build their retirement home here, that means they'll get me a tractor so I can plow their driveway and mine. So.
Are there any other proponents that would wish to speak, either here or on the phone?
Who'd like to speak?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
State your name and address.
What's your name and address?
Okay, this is John Russell, surveyor, John Russell. I live up in McCall. And I've been working with Mickey. Ken Purdom, he refers to himself as Mickey, so that's how I know him. And I just wanted to say he covered everything that I would have said if he hadn't gotten here to this meeting. I'm watching from afar, and it seems like everything that I would have said. So I'm good with the whole proposal. The drawing simply speaks for itself as to where the location of these buildings will be. And I know from talking with Mickey that he's in line with all of the conditions the fire department wants to place on the roading and so forth.
Are there any undecideds that wish to speak? Any opponents that would like to speak?
Did you hear all of that or any of that?
Yeah, we heard it.
Thanks, John.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
So seeing no undecideds or opponents, there's not really anything to rebut on that. So we will close the public hearing and bring it to the table for discussion.
I have absolutely no problem with it whatsoever. I'll be willing to make a motion.
Make a motion.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to approve CUP 21-29, Purdom multiple residence on short-term rental. There you have it.
Seconded.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you. Sure.
Man. Blew right past you, Scott.
Aye.
Appeal period?
There you have
Oh,
it.
and there's a 10-day appeal period that you can appeal to the Board of County Commissioners if you don't like our decision. Now we're on to ordinance amendment, revision to Valley County subdivision ordinance. This time we'd open the public hearing. Is there any ex parte or conflict of interest?
None.
No.
No. Cindy, can we get a staff report on this?
Okay, the staff report for the amendment to the Valley County Code Title 10 subdivision ordinance. The plan and subdivision plat review required by the Valley County subdivision ordinance determines, among other things, that the parcels subject to the proposed subdivision have sufficient depth to groundwater to support septic systems. Power is available to provide service to future dwellings. Road rights of way exist. The roads are constructed to sufficient standards to provide emergency vehicle access to subdivided parcels. The proposed ordinance would modify the minimum size of rural parcels from 20 acres to 160 acres. Smaller lots would be created through the subdivision plat process. 10-1-3 scope in the Valley County Code would be changed so that C would read, number 5, a division of land into parcels containing 160 acres or more. And then under definitions, it would be changed to state 1/2 acre sections would be original parcels. And those are the proposed changes that I'll explain here. On September 7th, 2021, the Valley County Board of Commissioners adopted an emergency ordinance 2021-09, which changed minimum sizes of splits without a subdivision plat to 160 acres. The ordinance is effective for 182 days. Attached to the ordinance is legal notice was posted in the Star News on September 23rd, September 30th for this hearing. Potentially affected agencies were notified on September 14th. The notice sheet was posted on bulletin boards at post offices and libraries in Cascade, Donley, McCall, and Yellow Pine. The notice was posted online at the Valley County website on September 14th. Responses received. Central District Health responded on September 17th. They have no objections to this proposal. West Keller, 260 Moonridge Drive, supports the proposal. With Valley County growing, it is wise to ensure that groundwater, septic power, road rights of ways are thought through proactively. Graham Fox supports the ordinance amendment. He states many wells have dried up this year in the state of Idaho. He has great concerns over supporting conservation practices and land management. He is concerned with overbuilding and balancing agricultural needs in Valley County. Dwight Jividen, Fort 13 to Barton Road, proposed this ordinance would make land more expensive and it creates unnecessary technical limitations on the use of property. There is a demand in the marketplace for land that does not support a septic system. There is a demand in the marketplace for land that does not have year-round road access. There is a demand for land that does not have electricity. Why do the commissioners wish to deny these buyers the opportunity to buy land? If this ordinance is approved, developing land will cost more due to the cost of building roads. This will result in the creation of smaller parcels. So basically, we proposed the board adopting emergency ordinance, change that minimum parcel creation without a subdivision plat review from the 20 acres to 160 acres. And then we have 182 days to adopt a permanent ordinance to replace that emergency ordinance. So this is your public hearing to make the recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. The reason it was determined that it was an emergency, besides all those reasons based there, were because of things that, like out here in Round Valley on Gray Lane. If you look up on the screen. All of these parcels were split into 20-acre parcels with a second layer with shared these flagpole lots on land that probably
Is swampy.
is swampy and has no access to power unless somebody pulls it in. So the concern is that someone will buy these parcels that have been split without review and then not be able to get a septic, can't get a building permit. And so they'll just turn into junk piles. You know, they'll put their RVs and their junk or just who knows? I mean, there's quite a few of those already out in this area. So this is one of the concerns that we saw coming down the line. And then it heated up this last summer with all of the 20-acre parcel splits south of the airport in Nepal. When the War Ranch was split into all those parcels without any review, consideration of the airport, consideration of high groundwater. You know, it too has a lot of challenges. The roads are in a little better condition though. And then you go out along West Mountain Road. The same thing happened down on Smiley. But to me, this was kind of more disconcerting. Because these parcels have a bunch of floodplain, and some of these you won't be able to get a building. So you have wetlands, floodplains, bad roads,
Swamp.
swampy areas. So the Board of County Commissioners adopted that emergency ordinance to give us a pause to determine what that recommendation should be. I mean, what is that acreage that you're comfortable having property split into without some sort of review? At least with the preliminary final plat.
It seems like they should all have some sort of a review, even if it's just to protect the buyers.
That's true. That's the whole goal behind it. To protect the buyers, in future generations. I know that you have met with the Board of County Commissioners in that meeting in September. August.
Some time ago. Yeah.
Our work session. And it was August. Yes. So, I know that we're going to make efforts to try to bring the county into some sort of zone and try to protect some of the lands. And come up with better long-range land use planning. But in the meantime, this 160 acres was proposed by the Valley Soil and Water Conservation District. That's that board that's full of ranchers and soil specialists. And I was telling them the board was considering doing this, and they made the recommendation of the 160 acres, so that's what they're going with. So tonight, you need to decide what your recommendation to the board is going to be, or if it should just be the 20 acres, 160. What makes sense that you can split your property into without having some sort of review?
I think it should all have a review. I mean, look at what we've done tonight with the splits of the property or the subdivisions, the technical term subdivision. Of even people just wanting to put, another house on their property or whatever, splitting it off.
Save that for your negotiation,
Okay.
your discussion
Yeah.
with commissioners,
Gotcha.
and proceed to that ends my staff report. Unless you have questions.
Have any questions for staff?
I don't.
Not right now. All right.
Who's giving the presentation?
What?
It says presentation by applicant.
That was my presentation.
Okay.
That's public record.
All right, so now we would hear what you guys want to say. Proponents, undecideds, opponents. Just come up and state your name and address and
People in favor of the,
In favor first, or just in any?
yeah, proponents.
yeah, I messed that up, sorry.
Sit close.
So anybody that's in favor, or proponent for this. Seeing none, any undecideds? Also seeing none, those that are opposed.
Thought I sat close. Commissioners, my name is Josh Leonard. I'm of the law firm of, I'll take that off, of Clark Wardle in Boise, address 251 East Front Street, Suite 310. My firm handles a significant number of land use cases for clients. And we recognize the need for a minimum parcel size for these lot splits. We strongly believe, though, that the minimum parcel size should be 20 acres, as it's been for quite some time. And that's because none of the concerns that prompted the emergency ordinance are actually related to parcel size. They can all happen on parcels of 20 acres, 30 acres, 40 acres, all the way up. You heard what those concerns were. In speaking with county officials and staff, and I didn't hear it, Cindy, as you mentioned it, but just the proliferation of RVs parking on vacant parcels and either draining or just living there for a period of time can be another concern that was mentioned. It's important, though, to note that it's already illegal to install and operate an unpermitted septic system. It's also illegal to accumulate construction debris and make your property generally a nuisance. It's illegal under the zoning code or the land use code to park more than 3 RVs on a property without getting an administrative permit for a private RV campground. And it's illegal to park 2 or more RVs and use a parcel for dwelling purposes without obtaining a conditional use permit for a recreational vehicle park. Enforcing the existing laws would protect groundwater quality, would prevent the accumulation of junk, and would stop the proliferation of these unpermitted RV parks. Some Idaho counties, in fact, a lot of Idaho counties, have determined that an urban-style subdivision, like a couple of the ones you've heard tonight, that have urban services and improved roads, dense residential developments, are not just unnecessary, but they're undesirable. They don't want these for some of the uses that they've got, whether it's personal recreation, hunting, camping, parking their own RV on it, things like that. They don't plan on putting a house. They don't plan on digging a septic and having to go through the additional cost and time and expense will just drive up the price of these lots. And in fact, I think what you'll actually see, if you put the number at 160 as the ranchers and soil experts want you to do, I think what you'll see is a lot more, because they're not going to come in with a 20-acre lot subdivision. They're going to come in and say, okay, if we have to go through the subdivision process anyway, we're going to maximize our return. We're going to put these on, 3/4 of an acre or 5 acres even, instead of having these available 20 to 80 to 160 acre parcels that are out there and available for people to purchase and live on. I wanted to pose an alternative approach to you. As opposed to changing the minimum acreage, instead of doing that, I agree with you that some sort of review needs to happen. Whether it's an administrative review that then triggers further review if there's a concern or something. One county, Boundary County, uses a primitive subdivision ordinance that allows these to be done via short plat as opposed to the full plat. And then any deficiencies on the property are recorded on the subdivision plat. And so it's there when people buy it. I'm generally not one to try to legislate against stupidity. When somebody buys a piece of property without looking at it, that's on them. But this would at least increase the chance that they would have to see on the face of the plat that there are problems with this parcel that may not allow them to get a building permit. We'd ask you to keep it at 20 acres and stand for questions. Thank you.
Chairman, do you have a preference for order? Should we all?
First come, first serve.
Go, Dick.
We could do arm wrestling if you wanted.
My name is Dwight Jivet, and I wrote a letter, which Cindy mentioned. I live at 413 Martin Road in Cascade. And I too see no reason to change the long-standing deal we had that was you could do a simple split with 20 acres. There's nothing wrong with the 20 acres. The 160 is just out of reach. It's unreasonable. People can't buy that. The claim is that the 20-acre parcels created without septic approval or without electricity or without road access constitute an emergency. These aren't emergencies, they're just facts. They're attributes of the land. I've been a real estate agent for 35 years. I've helped many buyers and many sellers with many parcels that will never get approved for septic, that will never have electricity, and that will never have year-round access. Some of those parcels are big, but some of them are small too, less than an acre. And you know what? Buyers want them. Not all sales of land is for year-round residents. There's even a movement now of people who want to go out in the woods and build something that's really remote and off the grid. It's a big deal now. It's popular. Raising it to 160 acres just makes it out of reach of many buyers. Personally, I've bought and sold land with no electricity and no electricity possible, with no winter access and no winter access possible, and I resold those pieces of land. You know what? Nobody's ever come back to me and said, I got screwed. Nobody's ever said there's a problem. The buyers and sellers that I represented also have never come back and said there's a problem. People want cheap land. They want isolated land. They don't care if it has all of these amenities that the county seems to want to require. I'm involved in 2 different partnerships. Over the last couple of years, we've spent around $100,000 getting those 2 areas ready to make into 20-acre parcels. Somebody just pulled the rug out from under us. Big time. That's a lot of money. This ordinance absolutely will raise land prices. If you start jacking up minimums and forcing subdivisions to create 20-acre parcels, you have raised prices. You're allowing only the rich people in, and you're forcing the little guy out. It doesn't need to go to 160 acres. 20 acres is just fine. And I recommend you stay with the 20 acres. Thank you.
Are hard. My back is a little stiff today. My name is Jim Neal. I live in Garden City, 3496 North Prospect. I own a parcel of 280 acres that I bought from the Texas Brothers up on Patty Flat, and during the last year had proposed or had begun developing, talked with staff, with Cinda about a split there, and I had in mind sort of what has been discussed here. I didn't want a full year-round house. I wanted a place where I could go. I like my grandparents' vacation home, had a wood stove, and I didn't care if it had even electric. There is a market for that. There's a desire for that. And if the county is concerned about only allowing homogenized small lots, you should have an easy path to doing less. And maybe it'd be appropriate to have an administrative review, as was suggested, or maybe it'd be appropriate to only have this available if there's no further subdivision and it's recorded either by conservation easement or by some kind of covenant. agreement with the county because it can be a hodgepodge. I can understand that. There's legitimate concerns behind this, but the other thing is this is not really grappling with the problem. It's not proposing a kind of substantive rule. It's just a process change. And so whether you come in and do it by a split or come in and do it by subdivision, the ordinance isn't giving any guidance about the issues except for the rules that are already on the books. So it's really just making it more expensive to do light density. And people don't do expensive things. I lived in a suburban area where there was 2 different towns. They had 2 different strategies. One was large lot subdivision, chewed up a bunch of farmland. People were interested in preserving it. It was a shame. But they got a constituency of new owners on farmettes, for better or worse. The other nearby one didn't want to see suburbia coming in, so they put up a bunch of, I would say, brittle and extremely restrictive rules. Basically, the one with the harshest rules preserved inventory so that when serious development was going to occur, it was available. People could come in and buy hundreds of acres in one chunk, and then you have a war. And whoever has the most money wins. Speaking as an ex-attorney, and also someone who served 8 years on a planning commission. So I'm sympathetic to this position. There's not any easy answers ever. But I think here, you could have a constituency of people who want to see Valley County stay more like it is. It will be changed, but it'll be more like it is. Deed restricted 20-acre lots, and they're not there to get year-round access. Paddy Flat has great snowmobile access. I snowshoed in last winter. It's kind of nice features of the property. So I'm opposed to the ordinance as it's written. I would like to see it either not enacted or enacted with administrative review or a condition like no further subdivision. And also, like the gentleman spoke, my engineer was putting pins in the ground week before the emergency was declared. So I got a personal emergency of having tried to, go under existing rules, understand what the lay of land was, and comply with them. I made sure there was good buildable ground, had some preliminary septic work done on each of the lots. I don't have any desire to immediately sell them or build on them. Maybe people would camp on them or do something light for foreseeable future. So I would try to grapple with the straddle in some way and let people who have started down a path wrap it up. Thank you.
My name is Scott Carlton. I live at 122 Mather Road in McCall, Idaho. I am a representative of DF Development LLC, which owns approximately 70,000 acres in Valley County. Large tracts. The proposed ordinance would drastically change the subdivision exception. Before the emergency ordinance was adopted in September, a landowner could split into large tracts of land those large tracts of land into 20-acre unimproved natural parcels. If the proposed ordinance is approved, however, the minimum parcel size would be 160 acres, which is a full quarter. If required to submit full subdivision applications with urban-style improvements, utilities, roads, etc., then owners of very large tracts of land simply will propose subdivisions with much more dense residential neighborhoods and shorter access roads. As a result, land will be much more expensive, both on a per acre basis and overall. In addition to only being able to sell land at a minimum of 160 acres, which obviously costs much more than 20-acre parcels, developers will sharply increase the cost of much smaller parcels to recoup their cost. Going through the technical subdivision process, performing required septic and perk techs, constructing improved roads, setting up associations and funds to maintain improved roads, and installing utility infrastructure. In fact, the proposed amendment will price many Valley County residents right out of the Valley County property market. Except for small lots, in urban-style subdivisions of dozens or hundreds of single-family homes. There is a demand for unimproved natural land. There is a market for that land. There's a market for that land that isn't easily accessible via an improved road that gets maintained year-round, that may not support a septic system, that doesn't have electricity or other infrastructure, and as a result, are unlikely to have any permanent structures built on them. I agree with the comments that groundwater, septic, power, roads must be well thought out, but the proposed amendment will have unintended consequences. It does not reduce or limit so-called overbuilding. The opposite is true. The proposed amendment will result on many more homes being built. As is, not all 20-acre parcels that utilize the subdivision exception get homes built on them. That will change. The amendment is also likely to prevent DF development from reopening any roads on its property to the public. There's no incentive to do so. DF development would face all the problems that accompany public access without getting any benefit. I strongly oppose, on behalf of DF development, this proposed emergency ordinance. Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to speak? We have a rebuttal for
No,
what was said. Now we close the public hearing and discuss.
Senator, what was the original, I wrote down a note here, why the reason for the change? That they wanted to change from 20 to 160? Was that the commissioners did that?
Yeah, it came from the county commissioners, because of the stuff in Round Valley and South McCall, out on Smiley, it's just going that direction, and there's no long-range planning. It's just being split into 20-acre pieces of property with no consideration for utilities, or roads, or anything else. They just don't want to see Valley County split up into 20-acre pieces because they don't think it's a size that will promote good subdivisions in the future. I'm not saying that you can't do a subdivision, we're just saying we're done with the free 20-acre split. You know, the free splits. You have to do, have some sort of review. I think they kind of wanted to protect the ability for someone to buy a piece of property in Valley County and put a building on it. There's a lot of those old 50s, 60s, 70s subdivisions, on West Mountain, Crown Point, the CRs, where you can't get a building permit. Because they're too small.
The lots are too small.
Or they're too steep. So they just want to make sure that even these 20-acre pieces have a good building site on them. There might be a 20-acre piece that's too steep. There might be a 20-acre piece that's too wet. They just want long-range planning.
So I guess I don't understand the long-range planning has to do with how we deal with it here. What's that got to do with the 160 acres?
Well, it's the free split. All they had to do to create these 20-acre splits, these 20-acre parcels, is record a deed.
Right.
You don't even have to do a regular survey. You go down and record a deed, and you can split your 1,000-acre ranch into 20-acre pieces that don't even have access.
Any of the parcels.
Yeah. The only thing we do is we don't issue a building permit if they don't have access or something like that. They just want more consideration into what's going on with the land in downtown.
So is there a way to do it differently than what they've got here with the 160? It really comes down to a verbiage,
All
the
this,
way things are written.
all this
where-
160 thing is it says, or 20, I mean, it was 20. It's an exception from having to go through the subdivision review process.
So is there a way to do a review process even on the 3 20-acre splits? Is there a way to where they have to go through some sort of review? Maybe not necessarily put a full-on subdivision specifications to them, but just so that, you know, they're not doing a 20-acre split on swampland that's not gonna be good for anything but running cattle on it.
But the whole reason we have I mean, in Title 10 of the subdivision regulations, we have, I think there's an administrative plat if it's an original parcel, and we have our short plat, we have our plat. Those things could be rewritten to accomplish those different types of subdivisions that you're talking about. This 20 acre versus 160, it just means you don't have to go through any sort of subdivision. If you
Right.
need that 20 acre, it's like land left to as a decedent in, you know, the settlement of an estate. You don't have to go through a subdivision to leave your property to your kids.
Right.
I mean, so it's an exception to requiring a subdivision. Everything else has to have a subdivision. So there, you can, like you said, the primitive ordinance up in Boundary County. I mean, every county has a different way to do it. So we can write something, and I think that that's the goal, is to write something that will accommodate these other types of subdivisions. Maybe we have primitive subdivisions where people aren't required to pull in power.
Like at Patty Flat.
Right, that type of thing. But right now, they're just eliminating that 20 acre piece and requiring the 160 because they think we need to have some sort of review. Now, I don't want to take the Planning and Zoning Commission out of review. I mean, you keep bringing up these swamp acre, you know, swamp parcels. I mean, I'm not an engineer. At some point, there has to be some peer review, and I mean, you don't want your administrator to be controlling the world. You know, that's what the Planning and Zoning Commission is for. I mean, some would like to, but I don't.
Well, and, you know, the 20-acre parcels out there on Gray Lane, I drive by frequently, year-round. I've seen them at the swampiest of swampy, and now they're fairly dry, but having a 20-acre parcel to put some cows on or whatever, like, I don't think that we should hinder that. But I think that when you go to sell something like that and you want to split off your 20 acres, there should be something in there that says, you know, this is swampy 90% of the year and probably is only good for cow pasture or whatever. You know, there ought to be designations on it so that people don't think, well, I can go build my 10,000 square foot house on this thing and put a septic in it, and when it's not going to happen.
And that's when we're getting ready to build our rezones. I mean, there was a big real estate sign down here on the highway advertising.
Mhm.
This is an example of this. I mean, this isn't the only one out here. I've had lots and lots and lots of calls on these. I warned them, make sure you can get a septic, make sure you can get power. I mean, and it looks like most of them are still owned by the person that divided them. When people started looking into that. So yes, it was buyer beware. But it would be nice to have these things reviewed ahead of time.
Yeah.
So I don't have to talk about that piece of property 10 times. This year. 20 times. I mean, it's just planning, it's getting things in place so that people know what they're getting.
But how much can you mitigate or protect the general public if they're not willing to do their own due diligence?
Well, they do, and they do that by calling me.
There should be more avenues than you. Granted, you know about everything in the county, but
But, no, I mean, they should be calling. If it isn't on a plat that's, has all these things. I mean, that's what the plat is for. It's for,
Well, and
legal.
I kind of agree with what you're saying. It's like, okay, I have, a section out there. I got 600 and something acres. I want to break it up into 20-acre parcels. As soon as I walk in and say, okay, Senator, this is what I'm going to do, there should be a process there that those 20-acre parcels, I don't care if they're 20-acre parcels, they're 20-acre parcels, that's a sellable item, and I understand I'm hearing what these guys are talking. That's a sellable item. They want to try to sell 160 acres? Today's market? Really? But if there's 20-acre parcels, there's got to be some kind of process where they're showing, okay, that one's buildable, that one's not. You don't even have access to that one.
Right now, that process is
Yeah, it's willy-nilly.
nothing. There's no process.
And that's what I see needs to be done more than the 160 acres. I don't get the 160 acres.
That was a number recommended by ranchers and farmers and things.
well, that just
So
kind of
what
puts
is
the
that number
kibosh
that-
with it, right?
80 acres?
Yeah, I don't think
there should be a size designation on it. I think it should be if
All
you're going to
business
split
plans
it.
should have a subdivision.
Well, maybe not necessarily a subdivision, but there should be a review process.
Well, that's a subdivision.
Well, but I think it would have different requirements or specifications, the subdivision where you gotta have the roads and you gotta have fire, all these things that you gotta meet, and it's gotta be engineered and drawings and all that.
So right now, what you're saying, like all that on Gray Lane, you don't call that a subdivision. That's just broken up acreages
That was
on a
somewhere.
piece of property
That's an exception to the subdivision ordinance.
outside of the subdivision.
But isn't there a way that we could write it so that when they wanna do that, they have to come in for review, and so it's not like a legit full-on subdivision, it's still simple, but they have to at least come in for review.
I think it's changing the wording of what we're trying to make work. Protect
So
the
what
people's
you want-
interests.
Is to have, you want to remove an exception and not even have the 160 acres as an exception and require some sort of review process for any kind of split.
Yes.
That can be done under
Yeah, it would be, in what I'm picturing is that it would be a different list that you meet.
10-3-1 is determination of type of plat. Where you have an administrative plat, short plat, full plat. And we changed the rules that are required for each one of those. So like an administrative plat right now, has to be an original parcel, split into a maximum of 4 lots. Does not require a public hearing, but agencies and neighbors will be notified. And the administrator may determine that a CUP is required. You can't create roads.
You want to see my flashlight? I do my pre-flight on the bus.
So, yeah, we could rework this.
It just seems like the 160 acres kind of puts the
If you
kibosh.
think everything needs to make it, that would be like 1,000 acres then.
Yeah, I think both these guys are right. The verbiage is what we got to get right. I think setting an acreage limit on what we're going to do is the wrong way to go.
But that's the way the ordinance is written right now. I mean, right now it allows you to be, well, before September 7th, it allows you to do 20-acre splits without any sort of review.
Right.
So we did the emergency one that raised that 20 acres to 160 to try to curtail some of these 20-acre divisions like this.
Puts a hold on it anyways,
If that's.
for 182 days or whatever.
To allow us to get that size or that ordinance in place. We have 182 days from September 7th to get it through you and the county commissioners. So that's why we're proposing the 160. I mean, just because it says 160 doesn't mean you can't do a subdivision plat. It doesn't stop anybody from doing anything. It just means you can't do it with a 20-acre split by recording a deed without even a record of survey.
So if we go that route, somebody wants to do that.
They go through a plat process.
So, but is it gonna require them to put a road in that, so all of them have access to the deal through road and fire and
Each one will have to have 30
fiber
feet of
optic?
frontage. Everybody has to have 30 feet of frontage on a road. So you have to have access to a road.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
It doesn't? You don't think that all lots need to have access?
No, because not all of them are buildable. No, they're, I mean, you're taking 1,000 acres and a lot of that might be timbered and rugged and
And so how are they gonna get to their property if they don't have access?
maybe they don't want to.
They have access.
Are they just gonna go in on a helicopter or?
I don't know.
Have access.
I'm trying to figure this out in my head. What's the correct way to work this scenario? Because I don't like the 160 acres. I'm not even sure the reason behind it 100% yet.
It was to slow it up
Yeah.
until we could get this written.
That's why it was set as temporary.
Yeah.
So, but I think the real key is, and you guys both touched on it, is the verbiage. We gotta fix the verbiage in the ordinance. How that
The
process.
process. So you wanna change that whole process, and you want me to write that and have it through two bodies in 182 days?
Yeah. You got nothing better
I've
to
got
do.
like 6 years.
I say we approve it, however you're gonna write it, and then just
Yeah.
go ahead and.
I think a lot over it.
I'll draft it. I really will.
I'll send
you a short plat process.
So this is what the ordinance is proposed. It's, I mean, I really don't even, should it be 20, should it be 160, 1,000? You wanna go back to just the 20 acres? Recommend that to the board.
Even with the 20 acres, we still want something
Yeah.
that works better for, like you say, protecting people's interests. If they bought that lot up there, how do they know that's any usable or access or anything? And like you say, it's each person's got to have a little brilliance to know whether that's the right way to do it or not.
Do you wanna weigh in at all?
Completely depends on the time of year they look at it too. I mean, if they're looking at ground out there right now, it's all pretty much dry. But if they were there 2 months ago, it's swampy.
That's what the subdivision process is all about.
I know, but it just seems like it's too. I think there should be a difference between subdivision and the split. They should all go through some sort of review, like
So that's what a subdivision is. You know, for FEMA, National Flood Insurance Program, any division of land is a subdivision. That's in your ordinance right now. And I understand what you're saying.
I just think the list should be way shorter.
What list?
The list of what they're required to submit and engineer and put together for a full-on subdivision, you know, with streets and roads and how, you know, like earlier tonight with the 81 lots, should be a different process than some 20-acre parcels.
Well, you saw the two subdivisions you did with two lots.
Mm-hmm.
That was a preliminary final tonight. One hearing.
Yeah. And that was pretty clean.
And that's what these people could go through, or anybody.
So at what point do you, I guess what I'm stuck on is you're gonna require them to put a county road down the middle of those lots so that they all have access.
Well, they all
Are
do
they gonna
have
have to put
access
a fire
right now.
tank in? Are they gonna have
They
to?
have flag lots that meet the minimum of our subdivision. These are 30 feet wide. And I'll bet you they'll have a shared driveway.
So each one of those is 30 feet wide?
Each one of those is probably 30 feet wide.
So there's 60 feet there?
And that's just purposeful circumvention of our ordinance.
Yeah, but just because they split all the lots up into 20-acre lots.
Huh?
Yeah, just because the property owner, say I split up 160 acres into 20-acre lots, like they can do right now.
No, they can't right now.
Well, yeah, because it's frozen, but prior to that.
Or 2 months ago.
Yeah, so I come in and I record it, so they're all 20-acre lots. If you did it through a subdivision process, I'd have to put access roads to every single lot.
No. No, each one would have to have access, which is frontage on a road.
Like just easement
Each
through
one
there.
would have to have a building site. You'd have to have sanitary restrictions relief like Idaho code requires,
Yeah, that would, yeah.
unless they're just pasture lots.
If they were just pasture lots, then they'd be cheaper. So if they hadn't met the standards of the process, it's gonna sell as pasture land, which is gonna be cheaper per acre than something that's buildable, correct? Am I right on that?
I think just for a pasture lot, you bet.
I think we need more information. I'm not gonna do the 160 acres.
What's the right number?
All knows there is one. I would leave it like it is for the moment until we get more information to mess with.
160?
160 or 20?
20.
Well, it's not 20. Right
I'd
now,
leave
it's
it at
160.
I know, but I'd take it back to 20. I wouldn't put the 160 in.
So that's what you want Valley County to be split up into?
I want a different process, kind of like Scott's saying. How do we?
But see, if
I
you want
know.
a different process, that's a subdivision plat.
I know.
We're not saying you can't
I
do
know.
that, we're just saying you have to go through the plat process. And that's exactly what you guys are saying. It has to have review. Well, that's the plat process.
So how do we get to that point? I mean, we'll have to rewrite that ordinance to get the right verbiage.
If you want a different process.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would have to be rewritten.
yeah. Well, that's what these two guys been saying, and I agree
You
with them.
don't want to do anything with this, you want a new ordinance.
Oh, yeah. So if I come in, I got 100 acres, and I call you up and say, yeah, I want to divide that up into, 5 20-acre parcels, then you're going to say, well, I got to come in and
Do a plat.
do a plat, and then go before the P&Z and find out you know, if it meets the requirement.
That's exactly what this is.
Then it kind
Then
of,
why are we, if the ordinance doesn't have, why, then I'm confused, because in the free 20-acre deal on the parcels, the arbitrary number, the verbiage in the ordinance just needs to be rewritten.
so is
We
it,
wrote it to 160.
so it's, instead of it being 20 acres, it's free and easy. Now it's 160, it's free and easy. That's what you're saying. Temporarily.
But if it's 160, you couldn't split your land. At all.
Well,
You
you
could
gotta
with a subdivision
subdivide.
plat.
Well, you'd have to do a subdivision plat.
And that's exactly what you guys are wanting, some sort of review. That's a subdivision plat.
I think in my mind, there's a stigma with the subdivision plat as like what we saw earlier with the 81 lots on the deal and that whole process, as opposed to if you want to do 5 20-acre parcels out of 100 acres, it should be simpler than the 81 lots on the 37 acres.
You mean like the other two subdivisions you did tonight?
Okay. Sure.
That's what you did tonight, was a preliminary final at the same time. One hearing. Neither one are gonna have to decide grading your stormwater management. Neither one had to create roads.
Well, perfect. That's what we want.
It all depends upon what they wanna do with the property. Do they want 20-acre pieces or do they want half-acre pieces? I can't say that our fees are excessive. I mean, for a preliminary plat, it's like $600. $200 for the final plat. And then the surveyor fees, $300 plus $1 a lot.
That's all the surveyor charges?
That's what we charge.
Oh.
It's $300 plus $1 a lot for the surveyor. So it's not like our costs are excessive. Except they're gonna have to get a surveyor to make those legal parcels. When you do this, especially if it's like an aliquot, like a northwest of the northwest of northwest, I mean, you're not putting pins in, you don't even have to put pins in.
See, and that doesn't seem right.
That's the review, that's why we do subdivisions.
It seems like they should be surveyed. I mean, as somebody that would want to buy land, I would want to know there's pins and that,
That's what,
I'm getting
that's
what
what the
I'm
plat
getting.
process is about.
okay, well, let's do that then. What's the, do do you even set a minimum acre size for that?
That's what the 160 is.
I know, but do you just say, do it on all of it?
So you want to eliminate any exception and say everybody has to go through a subdivision plat process. The review process. So if you want to eliminate any exception, that 160 would change, we would just remove that entire line and not put 160. Would be your recommendation. And then we could come back with a different effort to change the steps in these different types of plats. The administrative, the short plat, and the full plat. It could be done in 2 different steps. If you think everything needs to have a review, you take out that entire line and don't allow 160 acre splits without a review process. You take out that whole line. And that's not an exception to the subdivision ordinance anymore, and then everybody has to go through the subdivision process. And we just reworked that portion.
Well, that's what
And that would get us through our emergency ordinance.
that's what I was saying about the verbiage. We just need to get that verbiage right.
So you want to eliminate any exception.
Yeah. No matter what you're doing, you,
and then recommend that to the board to eliminate any exception. And then I will start working on an ordinance revision that
yeah,
will clarify what you want into these different plating processes in 10-3. So that determination of type of plat, so we'll have different types of plats. But everybody will have to go through some sort of review. And that's what you guys will work at. I mean, okay, so you have these 20-acre splits, this is the type of plat you have.
Right.
And that's what will change there. But if you want that to happen, just recommend that you eliminate the whole exception to the subdivision. Because everybody needs to go through everything.
Right.
yeah.
And then we could have the administrative primitive, we could have primitive for those far reaches that don't have power. Like the Patty Flat area, and those backcountry places that don't have power.
It makes sense because, I mean, if we did it like that, say I bought that one where the little arrow is, and I wanted access down to Gray Lane, if we had a process like that, well, if we had that process, I would have access by some easement, some way to get to my piece of property. Because I understand the homeowner or the landowner, all he's interested in is selling that 20 acres. That's cool. I don't have a problem with that. But if me, the buyer, I want to be able to get down to Gray Lane. And so that process would assure that. Now, whether it's buildable, if it's
Okay,
wet,
so you guys are going way farther than I even thought to go. Okay,
Let's get her done.
You got 180 days, Cinda.
Yeah.
182.
I've got their name.
From September 7th.
Oh,
So,
2 more hours, it'll be another day lost.
time's wasted.
Yeah, right.
Thanks, Brian.
No problem. My grandfather always used to tell me, son, daylight's burning.
Yeah, okay. So what you want to recommend to the board, what I'm hearing, is under this 10-1-3, exceptions to the subdivision process. You want to say, you want to eliminate number 5 as an exception. That's the division of land into parcels containing 20 or 160 or anything. You want to eliminate that exception to the ordinance. Recommend that to the board. And then I will come back shortly and have new processes in 10-3-1 for different types of plats.
And then we can hire more staff.
I have been funded for another person, but there are no people applying because there's nobody to work.
Nobody wants to work. Just you and Lori.
Actually, I had one really close and
Yeah.
they got wooed back to where they were.
So what do we need to do?
You need to make motion. Well, I just want to make sure that you are all clear. You are making a recommendation, the Board of County Commissioners, eliminate 10-1-3C5.
That's the size designation.
That's the size designation.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah, that's not really.
That's
No, these
what
guys
you've
don't
been
like
asking.
that.
Open a can of worms. That's huge. You need to wait until you get the other piece. in.
It's just a
Otherwise,
recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. And then I will get the other piece going.
Do it together.
Don't do anything until you get it all.
Push pause until you get it all.
We have 3 different types of plats already in the ordinance that allows anybody to split their property.
So it could still be done. It could still be
They can still
split.
go through a subdivision plat process. It's just that you guys want to fine tune it into a different process.
Yeah, need more information. It's making my head hurt.
What kind of more information, Ian?
I don't know.
A month to think about it.
Needed more information knowing how to understand it, how to.
How can I help you
I
understand?
mean, when they just throw 160 acres out there, that means nothing to me. That doesn't tell me anything.
But you guys just got through saying you want to, that's nonsensical. You just want to eliminate that because everybody needs to go through a review process.
Yeah, I think she's got it nailed, Neil.
Mm-hmm.
That way, it doesn't matter what you do. I don't care if you got 10 acres and you want to cut it in half. Okay, you still got to come in and.
I agree. I agree.
That's what that would be this little short plat thing here for
Yeah.
now. If you want me to rework the administrative plat, short plat, and full plat,
I think it's going
and
to
that's
take
gonna take some time so everybody understands,
it'll take a few of these meetings to
to understand all of that.
Yeah,
This,
I agree.
So can we ride on this 182 days till next month or whenever you're able to get those written?
About tabling it.
So that it can,
well, you can, but you have a huge meeting in November too.
well, they're all huge.
And I'm gonna have to
Yeah, I know.
write
It's
this, I'm
getting
not
late.
sure. Yeah, you can table it.
Table it.
And then I'd invite each one of you in so I can explain it to you. This is a legislative matter, you can talk to other people too.
So can we talk to these
You can't talk
people
to
out
each
on,
other.
but can we talk to these real estate people out here on the street about it?
I heard from a lot of realtors that really liked it.
The meeting has now ended.
Really? California.
No. If we get, they temporarily did this for 182 days, right? The 160 thing? 160 acres? Can we eliminate that that verbiage right now?
Eliminate what? You want to recommend that they go back to 20 acres?
Just for right now.
Sure. Recommend that and I'll take it to him.
I don't think that's what,
Can we just, I mean, because she's still gonna be working on that other verbiage that we're needing.
Yeah, recommend the 20, I'll take it to the Board of County Commissioners.
I think we let it ride
You want to just table
while we're working on it because they've already made the decision, they're gonna take the heat for it. And then we work on getting the verbiage right and getting everything fine tuned.
So we're gonna just get rid of line 5? We're just gonna table this whole thing.
I think we just leave it.
At 160?
Sure.
Well, that was the commissioner's
I mean, it's
idea, not ours.
right.
So what he's saying, and which I get, is let that ride until we get this verbiage right on this.
Because that's really what they wanted.
Yeah,
By putting that 160 acres in there was to come up with something to fine tune what's going on. Right? So it slows the process down so people aren't just bam, bam, knocking these 20 acres out until we get our process figured out.
Right, the 160 positive stuff.
Yeah, so I say we just let it ride until we get all the other things figured out.
So you're gonna recommend that they go with the 160?
oh, leave it alone, but get the verbiage, let them know
Yeah,
that we want that verbiage changed.
We'll just,
We aren't recommending to stay at 160.
no, I say
Is
we,
that what they're asking us to do tonight?
No, I don't think that's it at all. I think what they're asking for is what we're talking about, is getting that verbiage right, so it doesn't matter on how you're splitting your property up, you gotta come down and get it reviewed.
is that what
No,
they're
they
doing?
didn't even actually go as far as you guys. They didn't even actually even think that everything should have a subdivision. They were trying to come up with that number.
Well, I think that number is wrong.
Yeah.
So you think that number should be
No number.
eliminated?
Anything.
No number,
And so you want that entire line taken out?
yeah.
Right.
Right now, I think
Yeah.
I'd take the whole line out.
And then once we get that taken care of, then the 160 goes away, it doesn't matter. So if you 80 acres and you want to divide it up into 420 acre parcels, you got to come down and get it reviewed.
So to let their revision ride
Yeah.
until we get it figured out, do we table it? Or
No, that's how, you guys are saying three different things.
yes.
We all agreed at a moment.
I think, yeah, I'm following you. Following you.
Yeah. Because what you're saying is you want me to take line number 5 out, so there's not that exception anymore,
Long term.
long term.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to do that first.
So you need to recommend that to the Board of County Commissioners, and then we'll come back with the
Then we
fine-tune
come back
process.
with another process that'll
But I think we should let that ride for the 182 days or whatever we got, whatever the days is.
You don't want to even respond to them for 180 days, and you don't want to make a recommendation?
I wouldn't say not respond,
No.
just say we want to amend the process to fit the situation that we're in.
I still think we.
But if we leave what they've got going on for the temporary time period that they have set forth, then that gives us time to fine tune what we want everything to say.
So what would be your motion at tonight?
I guess what I'm saying is, let's let their 160 acres for the however many days they say, however many days are left on that temporary moratorium, I
It
guess
was
we call
emergency
it,
ordinance.
emergency ordinance. And that we will work on changing, fine tuning.
And let them know.
verbiage in the process.
Let them know we want to get rid of that one line.
So you want them to go ahead with the 160 for now,
Yeah, just let
and
it
just
ride.
let them know that we're gonna,
But-
that coming here shortly are some changes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But my question is, if we don't do anything with that 160 right now, is that gonna be automatically go into the verbiage after 182 days? Or does it go back to 120?
No,
No.
it stays the 160.
No.
The-
So the 182 days and then it rolls back automatically.
Our public hearing is closed, thank you.
You're telling them.
The emergency ordinance is in place right now,
Right.
okay? And that says 160 acres. Right now, we're trying to fine tune the permanent ordinance that will be adopted and in place prior to the termination of that, at that 182 days.
Right.
So
And-
if we
You
don't
just
do
wanna
anything
use-
at 182 days, we'll stay at 160. Is that what you're saying?
If you don't do anything, it goes back to 20 acres. That's why they want you to table and postpone.
No, it's not.
I don't care what they want. This is what I'm talking about. So if we table it and we sit on it, it's gonna go back to 20 acres anyhow,
After 182 days,
182 days.
the
2
county
months.
commissioners don't adopt an ordinance.
And we just need an ordinance like.
So can
Brian
we?
said-
That's what I'm saying, that verbiage.
Get
Oh,
some
we just
verbiage
got to
out.
get the verbiage right and get that line out of there. And then once that happens, the 160 acres doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, doesn't mean nothing.
It means absolutely nothing.
So can we respond to the commissioners in that way of, let this ride, we're working on a change.
Has nothing to do
That's
with
what we want to change it, we don't like it.
But I would also tell them what we're doing.
That's what I'm saying.
So you don't want to proceed with this ordinance, you want to renotice something that I haven't written yet?
Pretty
And
much.
have it all done within,
Next week.
181 days.
I gotta have at least 30-day notice.
Oh, I don't know.
For an ordinance.
whatever day this is, in 120 days now or something.
180 days, 6 months. Well, let's make a motion to table it then. don't know what to give a direction to send it though.
Hmm?
Not sure how to direct send it though.
Get this thing over with. I'm serious, I gotta get out of here.
I guess, I see both sides of it. I don't want to just throw out the 160 acres and just roll, like right now, just say, you know, we're gonna go back to 20 acres. We don't care what you say, Commissioners.
Well, it's not,
I understand why they did what they did. And it's because there needs to be a change in the process. So I want to respond to them in the manner of, we see we need to make a change and we want to make the change. And I understand that the 160 acres was to put the woe on these 20 acre splits that are just willy-nilly. How do we put that, how do we send that to them in a way that we can carry on with the process to get it how we want it without stepping on their toes?
well, I don't know that they're going to be very opposed to what you guys ultimately want to conclude with, which is elimination of the exceptions and a simpler planning process or a variations of a planning process.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're gonna, I think they'll be right on board with that.
Good. They just want a process that works.
And I understand that.
So how do
Right
we
now, we
work?
have 3 different processes that work.
So if we leave the 160 acres, then they have to come in and go through the subdivision process. The review now.
If they want to split less than 160 acres.
Why is 160 acres a magic number? Why is there a number?
Because there's 40 acres in a quarter section. There's 160 acres, I mean, in a quarter. There's 160 acres in a quarter section. They did it based upon the sections, quarter sections, and quarter sections. Because that's the way the ordinance was written in 1971. That's the format of our ordinance as it stands right now.
Okay.
If you wanted to say 70 acres, you could do that. I mean, but that, they were basing it on the 40 acres.
But if you went bigger, what if it was 600? If it was 6,000?
640 is a,
It just seems like
Let's get this thing wrapped up.
this is a tough one for me because I don't like government controlling everything. But I understand that there needs to be some kind of review process because of stuff like that.
The review process doesn't have anything to do with the 160 acres. That's what I'm having struggle with.
The what now?
The review process has nothing to do with the 160 acres. That was just thrown out there, some magic number they picked out of the hat.
Right.
well, I mean, it goes back to homestead days. I mean, you had quarter section, quarter
Sure.
sections.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's how our whole 36
Uh-huh.
section township is laid out.
Yep.
That's where that comes from.
Right.
That's not now.
But do we need to have that size designation on there?
So you just, what you guys are really telling me is you want to get rid of the exception.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've been saying. That's what
Let's just make a motion to get rid of the exception.
So
And
then
Brett,
start
everybody that comes in.
Start a review
to split has
process,
to go through review.
Yeah.
however that works for that
Exactly.
type of process.
Start working on that.
We'll work on that. So that's,
So, what you're saying, and I might be saying, and Brian's probably saying, is get rid of the size, get rid of the size designation. We're gonna go through the process and refine the review process.
Because we have the different types of plats now in 10-3-1. If you want to rewrite this portion,
Refine them, refine them to fit what's going on now in the county.
so then I'll figure out, I mean, we can look at that primitive subdivision, administrative plats, that kind of thing to fit what's going on in Valley County right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wanna make a motion? Make a motion that we, recommend that we make a motion to, where are we at?
The commissioners.
To the county commissioners, on, what? Amendment to the Valley County Code, Title 10 subdivision ordinance. 10-1-3, C5, we eliminate that line.
And the 1/2 portion of the original parcel.
And then 1/2 of the, which, oh yeah, okay, portion of the original parcel.
Yeah, because right here it lets you split an original parcel one time, and we say a half a section is an original parcel, so just eliminate that portion.
Right, okay.
So I just want to know what's easy and what's going to be hard.
And then we'll just direct you to come up with plat process until we can
I'll second your
find
motion.
all this, remember,
It'll move to the top of my list.
yeah.
Probably December is when we'll.
You want to call a vote, or do you want me to step on your skirt again?
Did you second it
Yeah,
out loud?
yes.
Okay. All in favor?
I'll go ahead and step on your skirt.
Aye.
Can you please repeat the motion?
Aye.
Can you please repeat the motion?
I don't even know if I could. What's the
It was
motion?
a motion to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners to eliminate 10-1-3C5 and remove the portion from the definition of original parcel of the reads or each 1/2 of a section held in one ownership.
Yeah, we need more information. We really do, but we're getting,
To create
we're,
those different processes.
yep. For right now, that's where we're starting.
And so expect calls, well, we can vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
Aye.
So expect calls from me and I'm gonna try to pick your brains about what you want those processes to look like, and what you want to have a special work session.
the work session would be good. Really do.
I hope to get another communication from you on Monday.
Be awesome.
We will have a full board again, full community. So, you want to have work sessions like
After hunting season.
after, well, no, we're gonna have it before then, sorry.
Leave it the holidays.
Oh, before the holidays, yeah.
I'm thinking, I'll call you, I'll have to look at the calendar, maybe towards the end of October. We just have to get together, we could actually go meet in Donley or somewhere else.
Well, I'm flying out on the 27th for my youngest son's wedding.
When will you be back?
I'll be back on the 1st.
Okay.
But our flight doesn't get in until real late, so I really won't be back until the 2nd.
The first week of November.
Yeah. We'll do that.
Okay, let's get these facts moving. I want to
Maybe
get
the
out of
first
here.
Thursday. And then we can
Tired of
sit
me
down
already?
and pick that apart.
It's way too long. This is ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
How late it's gotten.
I don't know. Don't look.
Yeah, you don't want to.
No. 5 o'clock comes real early for me in the morning.
I saw your picture in the paper.
Yeah, I know. We're trying to recruit some bus drivers, crying out loud.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
facts and
That's all. It's a
conclusions.
bitch,
Facts and
man.
conclusions.
Okay, I'll make a motion to hand over the facts and conclusions to our acting chairman, Mr. Scott. And that's for his signature. Huh? You want to second that, or it doesn't matter?
I think Neil's got a second.
Neil, we need a second.
A second.
You want to adjourn the meeting, Mr. Chairman?
No, the next thing is, we need our chairman quit. Unfortunately. Oh, she became the Valley County Treasurer. So, Ray was the vice chairman.
Okay.
So you guys want to, have him, you want to elect him as the chairman now?
When he's not here, did he say he wanted to be the chairman?
He planned on running the meeting tonight, but had an emergency.
Yeah.
And then elect a vice chairman.
Sure.
Who wants to be your vice chairman?
I don't.
Scott likes to do it.
I already did it.
Neil, that leaves you.
Somebody else's
You
turn.
want to try it?
I don't care.
It's
You
not
want to
bad.
make a motion to appoint Ray Cooper as the chairman and
I'll
Neil as
make
the
I'll
vice
make
chairman?
a nomination to appoint Ray Cooper to be chairman.
I was vice chair
I'm
for
leaving.
12 years. On the,
You never got to be chairman?
I didn't want to be chairman.
Never mind. Brian did.
Huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here.
Hey, wait a minute, we didn't vote on it, did we?
We should vote him in as vice chairman after he leaves.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, we voted on it.
Yeah, they all said aye.
Okay. Are we adjourned?
Yeah, it was,
Scott?
I didn't want to be
are you
chairman.
adjourned?
Meeting adjourned.
Sandra? I didn't want to be